But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, I asked a friend who controls a $100 million fund, okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent.
But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, I asked a friend who controls a $100 million fund, okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent.
But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, I asked a friend who controls a $100 million fund, okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent.
But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, I asked a friend who controls a $100 million fund, okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent.
But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, I asked a friend who controls a $100 million fund, okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent.
But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, ask a friend who controls a $100 million fund. Okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent.
But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, ask a friend who controls a $100 million fund. Okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent.
But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles.
Yeah, ask a friend who controls a $100 million fund. Okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. You need to make money, period.
And yeah, you have to read books. You have to read books. There's this saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, you can complete. Hide it in a book. There is information out there. We have no excuse. In 2024, really, there is information out there.
But it starts with the idea, and everybody has an idea.
And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you for making it out bright and early for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa 2024 conference.
Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now.
It is an
Good
honor
morning,
to be here
distinguished
today
ladies
at
and
the Global Tech
gentlemen.
Africa
I
Conference.
see that a few people are still sitting at the back. Please, could you just move to the front? If you're seeing an empty seat in front of you, that's not the first or the second row, please just fill it up. There's a lady in green. Please, if you could just move forward and Round of applause for Future Map, Ascend Studios Foundation, Venture Garden Group, United States Consulate General Lagos. We also have MITDA, a warm round of applause, American Business Council, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Economy here in Lagos State, and Business Sweden, a warm round of applause. And on that note, we'll begin day 3 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. My name is Isabella Adeliji, and it's my absolute pleasure and delight to stand before you this morning as the compere. We'll be starting off today's event with a quick talk, and this is going to look at monetizing creative tech innovation, building sustainable businesses with creative technology. Please join me in welcoming the Director of Broadcast Engineering at TVC, Engineer Obani Akinwale. A warm round of applause. I think the applause can swell, get louder till he gets on stage.
Mic check, the engineers. Yeah, good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here. Let me appreciate the organizer of this event and for also inviting us to come and add our token to the development of creative industry and how best we could make monetize creative industry. Just like you mentioned, the topic that we asked to talk about is monetization, creative tech innovation, building sustainable business with creative tech. I would like to put the topic in perspective. First of all, let's look at what creative does. Just like you mentioned a few minutes ago that they would like to have the virtual audience to interact with us. That's a creative environment using the technology. And I work with TVC, which is a creative environment. You know the dancing guys, they work with creative environment. The cameraman in front of you is a creative person. The sound man is a creative person. The video, Two-Face, all of them are creative artists. But how do we ensure that we build a sustainable creative with the technology? Now, I was going through statistics and I discovered that the IT revenue for United States of America in 2020 was about $562 billion. And I tried to juxtapose it with our country, Nigeria, that how much are we getting from IT-related services? As a country, for the entire last year, the total revenue from IT-related services is about $2.1 billion US, which shows clearly that there is a lag in terms of what is obtainable elsewhere and what we are doing here. If you go further and look at organizations like Facebook, like Apple, which are tech-related companies, the entire revenue is more than the revenue of the entire country. The budget for Nigeria this year, the revenue for Nigeria last year was about 12 trillion naira, which in actual fact is about $8 to $10 billion. It shows clearly that there is need for us to see how we could move away from a oil-dependent economy to a creative economy. Now, you can imagine what a Mark Zuckerberg is controlling as an individual is much more than what we are controlling as a nation. In fact, if you look at how much we're able consuming Mac, it's more than what we are consuming as a nation. So there is need for us to look at it critically. How do we ensure we create a sustainable and innovative creative tech? Now, when we talk about this concept, it looks at how do you use computer, art, designs, and how you use all these methods to ensure that we are out there and become profitable. The entire world is going IP. Either you like it or not, wherever you are on your phone, you want to go on 5G, you want to go on 3G, you want to go on 2G, you want to go on 4G, you want to consume your comedies, your music on the go, which shows that the technology is converging. And this is made possible because of the IP technology. Indeed, this has also affected the creative industry. My professor of electrical engineering told me once, he said, as long as people continue to talk, the communication engineers will continue to hit, which means as long as we continue to be innovative with our ideas, things will happen. I asked a friend of mine, what happens to those engineers in NITEL? I'm sure some of us are familiar with NITEL those days. What happens to them after we stop using 100 pairs of fiber or of copper cables? Where are they now? What that means is that if as creative entrepreneurs we refuse to move with technology, technology will leave us behind. And this tells us in our faces. All of us will remember really well a company called Research in Motion. Research in Motion is BlackBerry. We wake up in the middle of the night, you want to ping, you want to buzz, you want to say hi. I remember that there's a telco that do night calls those days. People want to use free data and quickly pick. But what happens when they refuse to move with technology and when they refuse to build a sustainable system? Someone somewhere built what you call WhatsApp, and somebody bought it over, and it becomes global. If WhatsApp discovered that if I continue to deal in the business of messaging alone, I would not be able to sustain myself in this business. What did they do? They created a marketing platform on WhatsApp. You have what they call WhatsApp channels, isn't it? Now, Facebook used to be sit in your room, take your photograph, post. Now it has become a global market environment that everybody does. And the same thing is applicable in the creative industry. For those that are old, maybe in the 80s or in the 70s or even early 90s, you will hear names like Olatunbo Osun Records. Where are they today? Why are they not functioning? It's because we have decided not to leverage on technology and to move with technology to create a sustainable business. What are these kind of creative tech innovations that we are referring to? ARs. Somebody mentioned in the audience 2 minutes ago, he said she was able to internalize what AI looks like. People now read news in other countries without having presenters in the studio. People create environments to do movies without necessarily going to a physical location. The camera persons will tell you that it's something they call gobble lenses that will create all of you in this room without being physically in this room. How much are we dwelling on this as a nation? And how do we intend to sustain this? The VAR, the AR of this world are what creative technology speaks about. How much of this are we trying to do in this nation? We seem to have the highest population of youth, but are we creating what the youth will sustain the youth? All of us are here shouting, we are crying, the unemployment rate is high. What are we creating with the innate ability that we have? And that is why in creative industry, content is the king. But when you make those content and those content are not available for the end users, what is the end of creating such content? When those content are not accessible, applicable to the current situation, how do you intend to get the right audience? When those content are being created and you're unable to share it to the appropriate quotas, what happens? I'll give you an example. Imagine today, there is a law in Nigeria that says anything related to Google is blocked. Anything related to Facebook is blocked. What happened to all of us that have content on Google platforms, the YouTube of this world, the Gmail of this world? And it's happening. All of us will be aware that at a particular point in time during the Uganda elections, the government shut down the entire internet for the nation. We're also aware that some country in the Middle East will not allow certain applications to run within their system. In fact, between India and China, the applications you cannot use within those borders. So I'm here this morning to challenge us to say, what are we using our creative minds to do? And if we decide not to move with the technology, won't technology leave us behind? A country that has a population of about 230 million and has the most energetic, most creative youth, people in the country, solely depends on platform outside our shores to survive. So it's a call to all of us this morning to look within and see how do we ensure that we create platforms, applications, or support systems that ensure that we be able to sustain businesses in the country. You see what's happening world over. Companies are retrenching, companies are downsizing, companies are restructuring and reorganizing. What if that happens? What happens to the creative industry? For those of us that are familiar with I think that the latest trend online now by Brain Jotter, the music that was sung about 40 years ago. We will see what an innovative and creative tech can use to do to such a music. So, what are the things that we need to do to ensure that we're able to sustain these platforms or this content in the creative industry? First of all, creative industry is moving digital. We have to live to that reality that creative industry is going digital, and if perhaps the IT revenue services of America is about $562 billion, and in Nigeria today, the IT revenue service is about $2.6 billion, we have a longer way to go. In fact, our total economic budget for this is less than $15 billion as a nation. And the creative industry is more equipped in such a way to have that. I will give you an analogy. The television stations that you see in Nigeria today, you tune your TV, put the antenna on, consume what we say is about 8 megabits of signal. Let's say times 8. That same frequency that you use to run a single UHF channel is what you can use to run 16 channels. And these frequencies are available for us to monetize to ensure that we're able to create content, to create working environment for all of us. How much are we maximizing this opportunity? Software development. The creative industry is looking at investors or individuals that will take us away from hosting our content or CDN outside the country. It will amaze you that most of A-list software companies have their hosting system either in Kenya, in South Africa, in USA, in Mexico, and in fact, none of them is resident here. Is it impossible for us to build those platforms and ensure that creative industry are able to survive? All of this creative content that we are talking about, all of us here today, we agree that the economy is not doing well because it is dollar rated. If you want to get content, you pay in dollars, your card will decline and what have you. We can make it local. To sustain a creative economy, you must be able to do within the confines of your environment. And until we begin to bring those things home, we will continue to depend on the external forces who will determine what the future of our creative industry looks like. And let me give you a clear example for those that are into creative industry here. 4 or 5 years ago, when you get Adobe Creative Suite, it's one-off license. You have all those packages. Just recently, what Adobe has done is that because they discovered that the content is what all of us are leveraging on, they make it a subscription base. If you find out from the guy that use Blackmagic applications, they will tell you that when you do your editing on Blackmagic and you are a colorist, now Blackmagic has done a solution whereby on the same PC, you are able to edit your content, do color adjustments, and also they provide an online storage system whereby you are able to share what you are currently doing with somebody in a remote location. All these are subscription-based services which are ways they have used to sustain the business. Now, we need to coast it home to see how do we ensure that we invest in right businesses, we develop these applications to ensure that these solutions are also made available to us. The other thing we need to look at again is the investment. And I'm speaking to all of us here, investment does not speak about you bringing $1 billion to the page. Investment speaking about, the woman mentioned something, she said she's not going to invest in herself to ensure that she learn more about the AI. What's our investment on learning and development in creative industry? Once you're a cameraman, you're able to shoot. Once you're a sound person, you're able to push the mic up. Is that where sound stops? Is that where camera production stops? Once you're able to post something on the YouTube, you're able to get a very good SEO person to help you make sure that it trends. Or you're able to get somebody to create a bot to ensure that multiple viewers, or you do what they call tap, tap, tap. Is that what it means? As creative entrepreneurs, for us to be able to sustain our business, there must be massive investment in learning and development. It is very, very critical. If we don't invest in learning and development, what happens to Yahoos of this world, what happens to RIM of this world, will happen to the creative industry in Nigeria and globally. After looking at what we have done with our R&M, who are our immediate consumers of this content? What are the interests? Earlier this morning, I was having a chat with a few of our colleagues over there, and he was mentioning what lofty ideas, and I said to him, I said we could be here for 4 days, and for you as individuals, you say, oh, we are here for 8 hours, 24 hours, this is a massive content. But the guy in the creative industry will tell you that the entire 24 hours that we spent here, we're when you want to produce the content, might not be able to give you more than 2 to 3 hours of quality content. So which means when it comes to creative content, you have to have a base. And what that base is, people that are creating the ideas. For movie production, they call them script writers, the editors. What happens? A lot of us go to movie premieres, we go to YouTube, to Netflix, to YouTube and said, I rate this movie 1/10. Oh, I rate this one 10/10. The production was top-notch. Who are the people behind those resources? We have to look at it. How sustainable is that system? The other part that I feel is also critical to mention here is the government policies about businesses all over. It's only in Nigeria that you don't get subvention for creative industries. In fact, for those people that go and get loans in bank to shoot movies and what have you, it's always a tug of war. And most times when you come out to shoot those movies, while you're on the highway, you see somebody selling the CD of the content that you have not even raked a couple. Examples are people like late Moses Olaya, Babasala. There was a movie called Obengbono, and that is what wrecked the man for his entire life. The movie has not come out at all. The man was still in the production. While they were trying to show in the cinema, the movie is already all over out there. So these are the things that we need to look at in terms of what our policy, in terms of how do you treat creative minds. Content is the king. We are all looking at this screen. Oh, so beautiful, so this. Somebody start to do this. What are we paying to creative mind in terms of remuneration? And this goes back to the entrepreneur that our own creative industries. The cameraman there will stand for almost 6, 7, 8 hours. When he gets home, he starts battling arthritis. The sound man there is putting all the assets all through this show to ensure that the quality of sound is fine. Who is taking care of his eardrum? Do we make provision for ENT services to ensure that after this show, he's able to check his eardrum and quality? I want to challenge us this morning that we can do more with creative industry, but it always depends on us. And like I said from the beginning of the speech, I said, if you do not move with technology, technology will leave you behind. Thank you.
Can we give him another warm round of applause? I see we have more faces. Just a quick one for those of us who have just gotten into the hall. Please let's bring out our phones and put on silent or vibrate mode. Very important. We don't want any ringtones going off while our speakers are here on stage. Also, we want you to take pictures, record videos, and use our hashtags. We have hashtag GTA, hashtag GTA Conference, and hashtag GTA Conference 2024. So use all those hashtags, tag us across the different social media platforms so we can see all your great content. Now, I love how that brief talk really sets the tone for our next conversation, because we're looking at creativity, we're looking at technology. And one thing that has come through over the past 2 days is that irrespective of the sector you find yourself in, there's technology that's available for you. So our next item on the agenda is a fireside chat that looks at agri-tech and food security. Please put your hands together as I welcome the founder and CEO of Kitovu. A warm round of applause for Emeka Nwachinemerem. Please let's let the applause get louder. A warm round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. And he will be joined by our moderator who will be moderating this fireside chat in 10 minutes. Please put your hands together for the partner at Enzo Krypton. A warm round of applause for Emmanuel Tafa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud them.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We need some energy. Is it cold? Can we do like this? I can't hear you. All right, in case you're feeling cold. So thank you very much for joining us. This is a very important conversation, obviously, because, and he had asked me off at the backstage that, am I ready for the truth? I was like, well, we need the truth now. That's what will set us free at this point, because we can't even feed ourselves, right? How many of you have been to the market? You know, a bag of rice is 94,000? 50 kg? Eh? Okay. Do you know how much, do you know that some states in Nigeria have as much as 7.2 million hectares of land? Are you listening to what I'm saying? You know when you're buying land, your own is one plot, one by hand, all those 200, 300 square meters, all those people selling real estate. I mean, I'm talking about like 7.2 million hectares, one state. But yet, ladies and gentlemen, bag of rice is 94,000. So, Mr. Kitobu, can you give us in 1 minute an overview of what's going on? One, but more importantly, tell us about what you do, what solutions you have, and then we will discuss, you know, what technology would, what the role technology can play in our food security pursuit.
All right. Thank you very much. I didn't expect that you were going to expose that our tete-a-tete, but it's okay. My name is Wachinemere Emeka. I run Kitovu Technology Company, and we basically build climate-smart farming and post-harvest infrastructure to support the agricultural space. And that is in consistency with our vision to organize Africa's food system and make it work for smallholder farmers. You asked the question, what is really going on? A lot. The food security we experience today is a result of several factors. I'll start with the most simple, insecurity. Yeah? And when I say insecurity, it's not something that is hearsay or second-hand information. It's something that has been our lived experience. When you have a situation where a farmer has to pay bandits to be able to harvest his crops, then you know you are in trouble. When you have a situation where a farmer is not really sure he's going to come back from the farm, then that's a problem, right? As an organization, we've had to abandon operational bases because of insecurity. So when you see those issues around insecurity, it's one of the biggest drivers, because a lot of the places that is our food belt, the farmers are not going to the farms anymore. They are not. So if they are not going to the farms, who is producing the food? But that's just one aspect of it. The other aspect is that over successive years, we failed to invest in farming and post-harvest infrastructure. And the reason, the situation that creates is that we are often dependent on a lot of external players, and any slight shock affects us. So let me give you a case in point. A lot of the raw materials we use for fertilizer production is imported. And so here comes the Ukraine war, and that supply chain is completely messed up. Bags of fertilizer went from 19,000 per bag to 40,000 per bag. Those are the issues.
Because I want to maximize. Thank you very much. Let's put hands together for him just to pause the chain of thought and switch. I hear you, and that's quite serious. Now I want you to do two things for me. I want you, number one, I want to hear some of the solutions that you guys are providing. But more importantly, I want to make a very radical recommendation, and I want to see the role technology will play. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may understand my passion. The reason why I talk the way I talk is not because I want to get your attention, and I want to let you know this is important, because at the end of the day, there has to be impact. We can't be staring at our problems and have excuses. What is the possibility? We can't go to Benue. We can't go to all the Niger, some of these hot spots. Lagos Ibadan is there. Lekki Ekpe is there. Even me, behind my house, I could get a plot of land this size or somewhere. What can we, Singapore doesn't have land, and it's going up with its farming, soilless farming and all kinds of solutions. If you were to begin to make recommendations on the role technology can play, vis-a-vis what you guys have or what you hope you have or you have, just let's talk about what we can do. Now we can't get the bandits out on time. Next year is coming. Are we going to buy a bag of rice at 200K? What's the way forward?
All right. I'll start with what we are doing, and then I also mention other things that are in the market, other possibilities. So one of the major, because even some places that are not affected, it's not being maximized, right? One of the reasons is that farming most times is done relying on guesswork for decision making. One of the things we have done is build a solution called YieldMax. YieldMax allows you to capture different kinds of data sets, field data, soil data, which when combined with satellite imagery, you can use machine learning to process that and provide tailored recommendations, what inputs the farmer should use, what quantity, the variable application rates, so that when you put all that together, combined with crop health information, you can optimize crop yield. That's one. The second thing we're doing is, most times, some of the places that may not even be caught in the belts of insecurity, there's not enough visibility. So you see pockets of places where there's a lot of production, but it's completely cut off with the market because not enough market information. So part of what we've done is to leverage on market demand data to build visibility for some of those farms, connecting farm produce to market. We've also tried to look at financial inclusion from the basis of trying to create collaterals for farmers. Unconventional, but it works. We have farmers, especially those in the grain value chain, we have them store their grains, and then we issue them a warehouse receipt, which then turns their goods under storage into a collateral to receive financing, right? So the typical farmer who will not be able to access financing can then use that as a collateral to get funds. But that's on the side of Kitovu. There's a lot that can be done with, lots of spaces from vertical farms, right? Where you combine not just, there are different things you can do from hydroponics, where you're using basically nutrient-rich water to grow crops, or even aquaponics, where you then combine both fish farming and crop growth. So it's called the Zeri approach, where you don't waste anything. So the waste from the effluent water is powering your crops.
You guys provide all these solutions now? All these are the ideas that are possible.
These things are already in the market.
Oh, wow.
Yeah?
Okay.
Not what we provide directly. The first three were the ones we do.
Okay.
But these things, both soilless farming, both aquaponics, they're already in the market. Lots of places. There is an organization called Soilless Farm Lab.
Yeah.
They're doing something like that. And it's using basic technology, IoT. You put IoT in some of those things, it's able to track what the nutrient needs of the soils, and it delivers it just in time.
How do we quickly scale these solutions at the moment? Like, I'm listening, it sounds exciting. Government, development sector, private sector, what can we do?
I think the first step would be to rethink financing for agriculture. Commercial-based financing for agriculture will not work. So let me give you an instance. Let's say I want to start greenhouse farming, like I want to do the hydroponics and all that. It requires a level of capital to set up, and by the time I'm ready to start paying back and all that. But you see, we don't have a lot of patient capital going to agriculture, especially capital that can go into investing in infrastructure like this. So rethinking capital for agriculture is crucial. And not the kind of interventions we do that doesn't get to the farmers. I'm talking of the likes of anchor borrowers.
Program.
Yeah? No, not that type. The truth is that you cannot solve problems by throwing money at it. If you don't channel the money to the areas where it is needed, and you fixate on just throwing money at it, it's never going to solve the problem. So we need to rethink that. And then secondly, in terms of policies, we need to put in place policies that makes it easier that creates a problem.
I see. So our time is up, and I want to tie this up. Now, And thank you very much for this very rich, enlightening conversation. Now, it looks like the solutions are there. Well, we need policy. We need to strategically design the ecosystem from funding to, of course, policy, and then and so on and so forth. I hear you loud and clear. Here's my last question, and then, of course, use that to tie your thoughts. Give us hope, right? Give us hope. The people in the room now, because there are different people in the room that are different. I, for instance, in my other life, I'm a management consultant. What options? What can we do? Do we need to just go on the streets and protest or placard? Or that's not the solution. What do we do to communicate or to contribute to this problem so that you and I aren't starved because we are food insecure? Hope. Or was that a difficult question?
It's not a difficult question, per se. The truth is this. Africa, and by extension, like starting with Nigeria, we can become the food basket of the world. It's possible, can be done. Right. But, you know, for that to be done, like you said, it requires a complete redesign of the food system. Now, as a people, one of the things that must happen, that will have to happen, I know everybody will not become a farmer, right? But farming is beyond primary production. It's important as individuals, as players, we actually begin to get involved one way or the other, right? Because when we do, we'll be able to change the system. Because right now, I told somebody, I said, the average age of smallholder farmers is 64 years.
Wow.
And life expectancy is 48 years. So if 64-year-old people are feeding us, it means technically dead people are feeding us. So we need to start getting involved, right? Produce some things as well. But more importantly, look for opportunities to invest in agriculture, even if you are not going to be directly part of it. Find ways to invest. And beyond agitations and protests, right? It is to start having meaningful conversations, our lawmakers, to see how we can advocate for policy changes that will really help drive this. Because the truth is, there is no short-term fix for this. Even opening the border it's just a band-aid. To do this sustainably, we need to reshape the food system. And until we do that, there's hope. But the hope is one we'll have to work for.
Thank you. That's very fantastic. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you so much for your time. And I look forward to having offline conversations on this. Thank you.
Please let's give them a warm round of applause. Please stay behind to take a quick picture. Again, as you're sharing those pictures, use our hashtags GTA Conference, and GTA Conference 2024. We still have a keynote coming up. We have our partner segments. We have some more exciting, informative, and insightful fireside chats. And when the event is over, we encourage you to do check out the exhibition, as we have some of our diamond partners who are exhibiting, and you can further engage with them. At this point, I'd like us to put our hands together as I invite the Foreign Commercial Counselor of the U.S. Foreign Commercial Service in Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Julie LeBlanc. A warm round of applause for the representative of one of our diamond partners, the U.S. Consulate General in Lagos. Please can the applause keep coming as we receive Julie LeBlanc for her quick talk.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I hope everyone can hear me. I am honored to stand before you today as we gather here to discuss technological developments and digital trends across Africa. As she very kindly said, my name is Julie LeBlanc, and I represent the U.S. Mission and the U.S. Department of Commerce here in Nigeria. That's our way of saying the U.S. Ministry of Trade and Investment. I want to start off today by thanking an incredible woman that you all know, who is Dr. Inyal Lawal, who has for the second time put together this incredible Global Tech Africa Forum, and we are very pleased to be a partner, a collaborator, and speaking with you this morning. I'd also like to give a note of thanks to the Director General for NITA, Mr. Kashifu Inua, who's a great partner and friend to the U.S. government as well. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you for joining us this morning. I also am grateful for the fantastic opportunity to welcome you on this final day of GTA 2024. It's very inspiring, even having listened to just the fireside chat right before me, to be in the company of leaders who are not only shaping the future of the digital ecosystem in Africa, but also contributing significantly to the global dialogue on progress and innovation. As we all know, Nigeria has enormous potential for its digital economy, which is set to stimulate unprecedented levels of innovation and economic growth in every industry. And as digital technologies spread quickly, from fintech to e-commerce, Nigerian businesses have shown incredible resourcefulness and tenacity in navigating this landscape. It's in alignment with this vision that the U.S. government announced the launch of a groundbreaking initiative that we call Digital Transformation with Africa. We also call this DTA. I'm happy to share insights into the United States government DTA initiative. It's a signature initiative of the Biden-Harris administration, and it was announced in 2022 at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. DTA seeks to expand digital access and literacy and strengthen digital enabling environments across the continent. The United States government, both domestically and internationally, is a staunch advocate in accelerating digital transformation. DTA has three core pillars. They are the digital economy and infrastructure, human capital development, and digital enabling environments. The U.S. government is particularly focused on capturing the boundless opportunities presented by the digital economy for job creation, wealth generation, and youth empowerment. In addition to co-leading DTA's coordinating body, the Department of Commerce, for whom I work, plays a critical role as a convener and a facilitator for African and U.S. partnerships, promoting best-in-class U.S. technologies in support of inclusive African digital ecosystem. We want to help advance the DTA initiative with the goal of unlocking the immense potential of Nigeria's digital economy. It's clearer than ever today that Africa's future is a digital future, and I know you all believe that, and it's why we're all here today. What I specifically represent is the Foreign Commercial Service, and we support, our role here in Nigeria is to support U.S. companies that are competing in the digital sector by providing commercial services. This includes counseling them on how to navigate the Nigerian economy, relationship building with the right partners and the right opportunities. These teams, and specifically our team here in Nigeria, serve as specialized resources to help position and advocate for U.S. companies as partners of choice for you Nigerian companies and also for African companies. And please come see me afterwards if anyone is interested to speak to us about these opportunities. This deeper engagement with Africa. In April, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, what we call NTIA, announced the African Women Digital Leaders Training Program. Its focus is on training, networking, and mentorship with U.S. tech sector leaders. The training seeks to build skills, share knowledge, and empower African women leaders in digital technology. And starting later this year, the U.S. Department of Commerce plans to work with the State Department to establish training and capacity building with African partners, focused on data transfer, cloud usage, enforcement cooperation, and the newly established Global Cross-Border Privacy Rules Forum. We've observed with the United States the importance of investing in talent, such as promoting collaboration between industry and academia and fostering a supportive regulatory environment. We believe we're at a pivotal and an exciting moment in history involving the intersection of technology and commerce in a dynamic place that presents boundless opportunities for collaboration to solve problems and improve people's lives. As Nigeria has positioned itself to be a global leader in the digital space, it's critical that we begin these conversations around how the public and private sector can collaborate to advance technology and technological innovations in a sustainable way. The U.S. mission to Nigeria is fully committed to realizing the objectives of the Digital Transformation with Africa initiative right here in Nigeria. To this end, we take immense pride in supporting and promoting U.S. technology innovations, like those of several tech companies that are already in the market and those that are coming to the market. One other thing I'd like to highlight is another platform that the U.S. government leverages to support Nigerian tech companies, specifically tech companies and women in tech companies that have reached a size that they're looking to expand into the United States. This is called our annual Select USA Investment Summit. I'm especially proud to say that Dr. Inya Lawal and some of her partners were with us this year for this summit. What the Select USA Summit is it is the U.S. investment summit where we invite delegations from across the world. This year, which was the 10th year, we had the largest amount of people at the summit, over 5,000. We had over 96 delegations from across the world, and I am incredibly proud to say that for the second year, Nigeria has had the largest delegation from Africa, and this year we made it into the top 10. Yeah, I know. Thank you. We were very proud. And what we did is we brought these investors, 40% of which were tech companies, 30% were females. They came, they had meetings, they learned about the U.S. environment, they met with they had the opportunity to meet with all 50 states, and we also curated events specifically for the Nigerian delegation. So if anyone is interested in exploring the U.S. market, please let me know. I'm happy to talk about that as well. Two things I just want to talk about for the Select USA program and how we actually help tech companies. There's a special cohort for tech companies where they can attend sessions that talk about how to raise VC capital, how to fundraise in the US, how to set up an office, what are the structures you need to do. So it's really key and crucial information on how to expand and make the right partnerships and the right choices when entering the US government. And what we do for women tech leaders is they're in that tech cohort and they're also matched with a female executive from the US who will engage in a 6-month individual mentorship with them to guide them and really answer the questions and help them advance in specifically what they're looking for in the US. We believe in the importance of mentorship, female-to-female mentorship partnerships, and we have incredible success stories of this already that have happened here for Nigeria. So I would Thank you. And actually, at the last GTA, I moderated a panel where we did have a Nigerian female CEO who spoke about her own experience in that, and I'm happy to connect anyone if they need it. I'd just like to conclude by really talking and saying that the entrepreneurial spirit in Nigeria is undeniable. I myself have been here for 10 months, and that is the truest statement you could say. The startup landscape here has seen remarkable growth and has a significant presence in the African tech ecosystem. Something that I always like to tell back to the US government and back to our partners is that Nigeria leads tech for the continent. And I think that's incredibly important for everyone to know. And today we're surrounded by that talent. In order to support this growth, government entities, investors, and industry stakeholders can reduce challenges such as infrastructure limitations, restricted access to funding, and regulatory complexities. I think that's our role as the US government to help, and not to help, but to work in collaboration with the Nigerian government to see how we can reduce barriers. We at the Commerce Department are committed to developing these new avenues for our collaboration. While Africa's entrepreneurial influence continues to grow rapidly, we hope that you consider us as valuable partners and that together we can leverage technology as a catalyst for prosperity and progress. I look forward to our continued work together. I thank Inya, I thank the organizers of today, I thank NITA, and I thank you all for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Please let's give Julie LeBlanc a warm round of applause. I was really excited, as you can tell, when I was listening to all those opportunities. As someone that wants to transition into EdTech, and you're just thinking, wow, first of all, there are not enough women in tech, but seeing a program that matches women to the other woman will understand some of the challenges I'm facing. So thank you for sharing all those opportunities. And please note that the U.S. Consulate General Lagos, they have an exhibition stand, so you can further engage with them, you can speak to them and ask your questions. We're now moving to our keynote address, and I'm really excited because our keynote speaker is someone who has literally transformed Lagos State during her time as the Honorable Commissioner for Education. As someone who has a background in education, it was so good to see a round peg in a round hole, someone that has the experience of education, but also management, consultancy, private sector experience, and leverage that. And we could see higher rates of adoption of technology across our schools. We could also see a priority on teacher training. And I could go on and on. As you can tell, I'm passionate about education, passionate about technology. She's currently the CEO of Leading Learning Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the former Honorable Commissioner for Education, Lagos State, a round of applause, Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo. A warm round of applause till she makes her way to the stage, as she'll be addressing us on harnessing technology to address the 20 million out-of-school children in Nigeria. A warm round of applause, please.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Isabella, for the warmth of your welcome. It's very great to be among you. I've been here a while, behind there, listening to what is going on, and I'm very excited that, about the power of technology. We in the education space were about the last to adopt technology. Teachers were always afraid that they would be replaced. But like I always say, if you don't learn it, you'll certainly be replaced by the technology or by people who have learned how to use technology to improve their productivity. So thank you for having me here. The topic is harnessing technology to address 20 million children out of school. So again, I welcome you all. I thank all the speakers before me and speakers to come. I greet the audience and thank you for being willing to listen to me. There's some daunting statistics on there. 20 million children is a number that you can hardly wrap your mind around. 20 million, that means it is larger than the population of many, many African countries. And to think that there's a whole cohort here in Nigeria out of school. Most of them in the first, when it first came out that it was 10 million and we had the largest number of out of school children in the world, I mean, we were all startled and even a bit angry. I remember somebody saying, where did they get the statistics from? It wasn't plucked from the sky. It was the statistic given to them by the Federal Ministry of Education, but then they didn't know that other countries had collated, and there we came. The first in the world for something you certainly don't want to be first in the world for. I don't want to be the first in the world when it comes to out-of-school children. And there we were, first in the world for a very, very daunting, terrible statistic. Please pardon me, I have a cold, so you hear me sniffing periodically. I am not crying, though I am crying, but it's not just that. It's because it's a sad situation. And you know the consequences. You know the consequences of so many children out of school. You may sit here in your fine cocoon, sending your children to expensive schools, sending them abroad after a while, and so on and so forth. But let me tell you, the implications are enormous. For social cohesion, for economic advancement and prosperity, how can a country be prosperous when a significant number of its future, that is its youth, its young people, are uneducated, ignorant, and largely unemployable? They can't even work in the farms anymore. You were talking about technology. Is this somebody who cannot read and write that will be using technology to deploy in agric? It's not possible. I mean, on a lighter mood, I had a problem with my car. I've not been able to use it for a week or two because the mechanics around are used to the old machines where they use the spanner. But this car, you have to program the computer. And if you see the guy on the computer, you know he doesn't know this thing at all. So I've had to say, just leave my car, I'll have to buy a new one. It's because of poor education again. So the implications are serious for all of us in terms of safety and security, because this is going to be a huge cohort of angry young people in the prime of life, looking at what is happening to other people and seeing the hopelessness of their situation. I mean, if somebody invites your child or my child to be a suicide bomber, it's unlikely. The child has a plan, sees that there is a future for him or her, has mapped out his or her plans. But if the child thinks this is hopeless, I'd better go to paradise and meet like 7 virgins. Well, let me go now. He could, wear a suicide, a bomb and strap himself and kill many people as well. Because he's hopeless. There's nothing here for him or her. So they think that it's better if I leave it, if I leave this place, and many of us will go down with me. The implications of safety and security are enormous. And of course, community and individual well-being. How do you walk around your community? We all stay cocooned in all these areas in VI, Ikoyi, Yaba. I live in Yaba, so maybe that is why. I walk on the streets and I see what is happening. I live in the community and I've lived there for many years. I brought up my children there and I'm really reluctant to move out of there because I know virtually everybody. But it's becoming terrible. And on a lighter mode now, if I tell you that, they will, here we are feeling comfortable. They can come for your children. Your children are not street savvy. Your children are not, they think, when I was principal of a school in Magodo, my students said they don't like English, they like broken English. I said, why do you like broken English? Oh, it's the language of people who are cool, or people who are funky, people who are with it. So when they see a young man with all the accoutrements, the hair, the sagging trousers, the way of walking, he too has an iPhone or whatever, well, they may fall for the person. And it happened to me, nearly happened to me. Because my daughter, this guy was coming after her. He's another handsome fellow. And we people from our side of the country, when he entered my house and he prostrated and his, his chin was touching the grass, I said, where did this boy come from? He was so well brought up. My daughter said, you don't know him. Mommy, don't say you like. I said, he's well brought up. But he could not converse. He could only say things like, yeah, Shomo, what's up? He wasn't in school anyway. He told her he was in University of Cape Town and home for the holidays. But he was just an area boy on the streets. What if my daughter had succumbed to his advances? And there's another story. We will not find a way to send him to University of Cape Town. We would now have to do that, So it's everybody's business, in other words. So there are some strategies we've tried to adopt in the country. Talk. I hate talk. It bores me. I remember someone saying Nigeria is a bit like NATO. With all apologies to people who are members of NATO, I understand NATO means no action, talk only. So talk. Or there's denial. It's not happening down here. We don't have such children. When I called the ministry before I became a commissioner, I said, what's happening with out of school? It's not allowed. The law in Lagos does not allow any child to be out of school. I said, are you sure? This is a director. I said, thank you. So there's outright denial. Is that not self-denial? Don't you see on the streets young people who are not in school? So some people mind their business. Let me look after my own children. What is my wahala? But I've told you, it will get to you if you are not careful. And they are the ones who go to expensive churches too. If you think you are going to some expensive church in VI, go and find out from the young guys in the choir and all. They are coming from Makoko and they are there to see your pretty daughters. So maybe if nothing scares you, let that scare you. So, and then let's go to government. Federal government has developed an alternate curriculum, which is fair enough, focusing on literacy and numeracy. They've tried to build more schools, but calculations when we had 10 million children out of school was that we would need to build 100,000 physical classrooms. Nobody's going to do that. How much is that? How much is that going to cost? How many schools are we building per year? Even in Lagos, where we like to say we are doing infrastructure, how many can you do with the sheer cost of building? So clearly, we have to deploy the power of technology. It's probably the most viable strategy, as it addresses why they are not going to school. Insecurity, poverty, which is the main reason, early marriage, religious practices, and so on. So my thoughts, because like I said, I don't like talking. I like to do things. So after I left as commissioner, I said, look, what can I do? While I was there, I tried to do what I could, but I never felt satisfied that I had done enough. But now I'm on my own. I can say what I like, do what I like. I'm not afraid of anybody. There's nobody who is going to approve my appointment. So I have to do what I want to do. So, and believing in the power of one person to change a situation, I just decided that I will set up a foundation called Tripod Learning Foundation. And I'm unashamed in saying this because I want you to know. No, you told me 5 minutes about 2 minutes ago. I'm almost done. So I now decided that, look, let me mop up out of school children and anywhere in Nigeria, starting from Lagos and of course from my community in Yaba where I live. And let me start. So it started from, let me build a school. The school alone was 70 million because Yaba may be a ghetto-like area in parts, but land is very expensive. And because of the soil, building is expensive. So from there, I said, okay, I can't build. How many schools will I build? One school will mop up maybe 300 children. What's that? It's neither here nor there. Second, let me partner. That's where I am now. Let me partner with owners of underutilized facilities. If you look at churches, our churches are empty all week, except on Sunday. So let me use your church, your children's church for school. And I've gotten some partners. Come and use our children's church. Mop up the out-of-school children in the community. My other requirement, and that's why I've not gotten many people to sign on, is you pay the school fees of the children. There are children in your community, so let's see, support us by paying the school fees. And we are not building an ETBT school. I can charge 10,000 naira school fees, but we're not charging 10,000. We are going to charge a good, fair amount that will enable us pay teachers well, resource the school and everything. And we're also going to raise money, of course. So that's the second step. But now I've seen we cannot even scale using that. The only way we can scale is the use of technology. While we are building those schools, we'll use technology to run and manage the schools, to teach the children. That will, of course, set the pace for us. But we're going to go to the next level. We're going to use technology. We're going to take school to where the children are. Why don't you take it to where they are? They can't go to school for various reasons. Then why don't you take school to them where they are? And that is what the power of technology can do. And that's what we want to do now. So we teach them where they are. And secondly, we'll teach them how they like to be taught. Because children do not enjoy the process of lecture. Let's have it integrated. Let's have an exciting curriculum. We're developing the curriculum, working on a lot of initiatives. It's a very exciting time. That how are we going to teach them so that they are engaged and learning? Because let me tell you, apart from out-of-school children, I hope you know that the second major issue with education in Nigeria is that the children in school are not learning. It's estimated that, especially dependent on socioeconomic status. So what we have are poor quality schools for the poor. The rich have a fairly fair chance. But a child in a poor school who is already in primary 4, primary 5 and cannot read, when is he going to start reading? So a focus on literacy, numeracy, and so on, and teach them how they like to be taught. So they enjoy the experience of going to school in a totally different way, where they are. Still working it out. You can see I'm enthusiastic. But if you ask me, how are you going to do it? Honestly, I don't know. But I hope that in this room, people will come to me and say, I have this solution. I have this. And so because of this, I'm involved in a lot of edtech companies, trying to see people doing homegrown education technology solutions that we can deploy. And I'm getting more. I'm getting the answers in my head, but not yet. Because we want to expose our children. Because when we have educated children, I think the country is going to change. I hope all of you understand why, what you're doing here today is extremely important in every aspect. Whether it's agric, look at the child, you are working in agric. There are children on the farm. Do they have to go to school? Walk 20, 30 kilometers to school, to a physical school? Do we have to look for money to build a school? Why don't we teach them where they are, on their parents' farm? And those of you who are into other sectors, why don't we come together and teach these children where they are? It will be the better for it. And I will not have my car for 1 week with the people who only know how to use a spanner. Now it's 0 minutes, I agree. Thank you very much.
You can see why I was excited. Please let's give her a warm round of applause. Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo, CEO, Leading Learning Limited. I don't know about you, but listening to that keynote just continued to stir something in me that we can use technology in every sector that we're in, whether it's education, technology, agriculture, and we can take technology to people. They don't have to come to the technology. And just like how we have virtual attendees, we say thank you for being a part of day 3 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. We'll now move to another exciting fireside chat. I'm hoping that we'll keep to time, 10 minutes. Just look out for the time cards, or if you see me to your left, then just know that time is up. So we're able to get through all the activities we have planned for you today. So join me in welcoming Oluwaseyi Oshadami, General Manager, Technical Solutions and Managed Networks at MainOne. A warm round of applause, please. And to moderate this fireside chat, I'd like to invite the partner at Enzo Krypton. A warm round of applause for Emmanuel Tafa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do better than that with our applause. Let's make it resounding. They're giving of their time and resources for free.
Thank you. I haven't recovered from the previous keynotes and the very engaging conversation on the future of education. Education is one of my passion areas, because if you do the math, we can't go anywhere as a country without fixing it. All the countries we are running to, education is compulsory at the primary and secondary level, and that should tell you something. And it's been there for years. Yes, it says free here, but we know how it's going. Without eating much into your time, good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. And now you heard about technology, so we're going to find out how MainOne is going to, connect every look and cranny of society, which you're already doing. So the conversation is about infrastructure. And we're going to be looking at, because we want to look at the other side, the whole software development and all that is built on the infrastructure.
Absolutely.
That is developed. So tell us about what important work you're doing at MainOne. Tell us about how infrastructure works so that we understand its role, and then we'll now talk about how that is going to support startups and, of course, transformation, digital transformation.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Oluwaseyi Oshadami. As I've been introduced, I head the solutions team for MainOne, and I'm responsible for all customer solutions design and how they are provisioned and activated. So I think I'll be sharing some of that with you this morning. MainOne is an infrastructure company, digital infrastructure company in West Africa. In 2010, we built a 7,000 kilometer submarine cable from Europe down to West Africa, connecting Nigeria, Ghana, and now CIV. And we have operational presence in 12 West African countries. In Nigeria, we provide services to critical government institutions, enterprise companies, financial services companies, payment companies, and all that powers our economy. And building this infrastructure is a key foundation in growing the entire technology landscape. We're here because we all value what technology can do. Technology not only contributes to how we can become efficient, there's a social economic aspect of technology that drives growth across every economy. Today we're talking about how we can deploy tech in agri, how we can deploy tech in education. Tech is applicable in every aspect of our life. So if we do not build that foundation that is required, then it becomes difficult for us to achieve the other growth that layers on top of technology. If we go back 10 years from today, I'm sure a lot of us that are here would think of what we could not do and what we can do today because of the access of technology, what we can do with our mobile phones, the applications and services that we can have access to. And some of us who were here in 2020, when the COVID strike, we knew, I mean, for me, I wasn't sure of what was going to happen. But we lived and we survived. Why? Because of technology. We could see most of the people who were selling stuff, even tomato. You could buy tomato from your phone and they come and deliver in your house. So think of it, if there were no technology, how we would have been able to survive. Most of the businesses have to go remote, and everyone had to work from home. And that's where everyone was looking for the nearest internet service provider that could deploy something at their homes so that they can get online and continue to work. Even down to education, my son in their school, they had to teach them online and they had to log in on Zoom so that they could be taught. So,
all right.
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for putting that perspective. Now, 7,000 kilometers from Europe to Africa, is that correct? All right. Just very quickly, in 1 minute, what happened when some months ago we heard the cable was severed? What do you know what really happened? I'm curious because I want to just put.
Oh no, I can share the experience here. I mean, it tells us how important that infrastructure is in terms of how.
But was it your cable or another cable?
It's our cable.
Okay.
I was in the heat of it.
Okay.
But you know, we were able to restore services in 8 hours for critical customers, and within 72
That's
hours,
remarkable.
yeah, within 72 hours, we were able to bring back most of our customers back online. Now, the impact happened on the shores after Cote d'Ivoire. It's seismic activity, you know, I think a turbulence that distort the cable and it caught. And
turbulence under the sea.
Yeah, under the sea, it happens. You know, these are force majeure. It's like when you have earthquake.
Yes.
I mean, it's not what you plan for.
It wasn't geopolitical.
No, it wasn't geopolitical. There were a lot of news around, oh, maybe it's terrorist, something happened.
Yeah.
No, that's all not true. So that was what happened. Not only took our cable, it took other cables as well. And we, as a company, had this inbuilt resilience in our infrastructure whereby we had envisaged that something like that will happen and we should be able to restore our customers automatically. We had that inbuilt, but unfortunately, it took out 4 cables.
Wow.
So our backup was also down, we were down, and we had to quickly, you know, use our contact within the industry, working with the regulators to ensure that we restore those services on time. Now, what has that experience taught us? As a company, we had to put in a third leg of resiliency into our infrastructure, which is currently ongoing. And by the end of August, we will have that fully integrated. So what it means is that if that happens tomorrow, you don't have to wait for 8 hours. It will be automatic.
Fantastic.
So that is what we are doing as a company, understanding how important and critical this infrastructure is in driving our economy. Now, what has that taught us? a lot happened then, because you could hear people saying, oh, I can use my WhatsApp, but I don't have access to this other application. So it shows us how well we have grown as a country in terms of our digital inclusion. So it shows that there are certain services that are available within the country, but there are some key services that are not available. So it brings into focus to say, what are those critical services that runs or power our economy? And how do we build that policy around how we have them locally domiciled in our country, so that an activity that happens outside the shores of Nigeria should not affect how we run our operations within the country. And I think it's been discussed, it's been dialogued, because we had instances where some payment processing company could not process payments. Some customers could not withdraw from their banks. They could not have access to the ATMs. Some of those ATMs were not working. So the question is, why? And how can we build on that resilience to ensure that, yeah.
All right. Now, so to conclude, because our time is up, I want you to close with giving the people in the room an understanding of Nigeria's infrastructure architecture. Well, when I say architecture, I mean, how is Nigeria currently, how is it, a general understanding of perspective. The reason is this, two reasons. Number one, something as basic as, I give you an example. When I'm buying internet and I have a particular network, I won't mention names.
All right.
I'm thinking, what should be my backup? Because when I'm working with my colleagues and I hear, I've told them I don't want to hear an excuse, there's no internet. Come to the office, so you have to do everything in your power to determine that you have internet. If I give you an excuse as the boss that I don't have internet for reasons why I'm not fulfilling my obligations, you're not going to buy that. In fact, you're going to take me to Twitter. So don't give me that, no, power. So you tell us, how do we make this is important, ladies and gentlemen. People don't know what combination of internets to buy. Let me know May 1 is powering X, so I will buy the one that May 1 is not. So that if May 1 has any challenge, the backup. So can you help us appreciate that? Let me give this as a gift to the audience to know how they can plan their internet. Because all they keep hearing is, so they'll go and buy two networks that are on the same infrastructure. And when the infrastructure on both networks, how many of you are feeling me? Are you seeing? I just got a point there. So tell us, use that one to help us here. Because these other ones, they are saying 7,000 cable, we can build 7,000 or go under the head. So help us appreciate how it's designed and organized so that we conclude on that. And then also, of course, this role in digital transformation. And what Main One? I mean, SMEs, startups, what is out there? How can they connect with Main One?
All right, so I'll start by this. As a country, we have made significant progress when it comes to infrastructure investment. 10 years ago, or I would say 13 years ago, the internet penetration rate of our country was about 19%. Today, it's about 55%. So it tells you that there's been a whole lot of investment into building those infrastructure. Now, it starts from how you import the internet into the country, which is why we had to build that 7,000 kilometer fiber from West Africa into Europe so we can connect our country to participate in the internet world. Now, when you bring it, it comes and it sits in the shores of Nigeria, especially Lagos, because Lagos is the hub. And today we have 8 submarine cables with combined capacity of over 400 terabytes of bandwidth in the shores of Nigeria. So access into the country, it's not the issue. But from the shores of Lagos, you now need to distribute the internet, building out fiber infrastructure on the ground, and expanding it into every single state. Now, going through that process, you will realize that we have limited companies that have the CapEx muscle to build that huge infrastructure to enable that distribution. Lagos is in fact, I used to tell some of my colleagues that when it comes to digital inclusion, Lagos is more advanced than Nigeria, and they laugh. You know, and I said this because it's only in Lagos that you could easily get a provider that can put in fiber in your home. I mean, I can say it, I have like 2 at home, 2 fiber providers, because I live in Lagos. But is that the same for someone who is in Sokoto? Is that the same for someone who lives in maybe Oshobo? Mm-hmm. It is not, right? So there's still work that needs to be done. And what I would say is, as Main One, we have been investing. We're still investing. We worked with the Two Africa Consortium to land the second cable in a different corridor in Nigeria for the first time, which is in Akwa Ibom State. And we're building 500 plus kilometers of fiber to build a second digital corridor for Nigeria. We're the first to do it in this country, and this is to enable that distribution. So what I would say is, if you want to buy, first you need to ask yourself, who is the backbone of this network that I'm trying to buy from? Who are they buying from? And how resilient is their service in terms of distribution? Because from what I've said, internet into the country is not the problem. It is the means of distribution. So you should be asking your provider, how robust is your infrastructure when it comes to distribution? How robust is their customer service in terms of response? Because sometimes you have the service, but the support is not so good. Because when you go down, you call, it takes about a week for them to respond or fix those issues. So those are, and I think from where we used to be and where we are, I think there's been significant progress. But is there work to be done? Absolutely yes. And we are working with the regulators and as an industry, working hard to see how we can continue to build that digital divide.
Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together once again. Thank you so much, Time, for your time.
Please let's give them another warm round of applause. I saw what you did there. You didn't tell us, you didn't give us the expo on who we need to unplug from and who we need to go and buy from. You said, well, there's one thing to have the infrastructure, but support is very key. I know I'm not the only one who will call my internet provider and say, please, something has happened, and it'll take them probably a week to get to it. But thank you for sharing all those insights. We're going to move to our next panel discussion, and this looks at digital transformation in the NESI, challenges and opportunities. Please join me in welcoming our first panelist, Rekiat Momo, Chief Executive Officer, Eco Electricity Distribution Company, EKEDC. Please, let's applaud. We also have Tunji Iromi, ND Solar-Centric Technology. Please put your hands together for him. A warm round of applause, please. Also joining this panel is Mike Ose, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Crosshairs. A warm round of applause, please. And to moderate this panel, please join me in welcoming the acting CEO at PowerTech. A warm round of applause for Michael Onwara. Please, let's put our hands together for them. I don't know about you, but I'm interested in this panel because power affects everything, including the technology we've been speaking about all morning going into the afternoon. Please, I'd just like for our panelists and moderator to just move to the center. So if you could just move here. And I think we can use up the center. So please be aware of the time. We'll have time cards positioned to your right and in the middle just to guide you. And if you see me by the side of the stage, it probably means time is up. Thank you very much.
She did, actually.
Yeah, he wasn't here.
Okay.
I had earlier called Mr. Tunji Iromi, the MD at Soul-Centric Technologies. Again, let's just put our hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. A warm round of applause, please.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I wouldn't bother much introductions again. So we'll quickly have about 30 minutes. So essentially, we'll be taking to the panelists just to get a few insights on what is going on. I would like to start the question. Michael, how are you? How's the commute here?
Yeah, very nice. Good to be here.
Electric vehicle to this location, or you came with a petrol fired?
I see you today.
All right.
I see you today.
So essentially, we're just looking at digital transformation from the standpoint of electricity. So we all know that electricity affects everything we do, and we know what the energy transition is doing to the space. Yeah. So the first question will be essentially putting Mike on the spot, trying to find out what kind of, what future strengths do you see in the off-grid space from the standpoint of digitalization? So if you could just pretty much just paint us a picture of where you see the future for Nigeria in terms of digitalization, especially on the renewable energy side, where you have very strong presence. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mike. I think the first thing to say is that the electricity supply industry in Nigeria is fairly dominated by the generation companies and then the distribution companies. There is a piece in the in the middle that most people don't know or don't talk about, which is transmission company in there. I think just given how old the infrastructure across the sector is, it can use a lot of digitalization, yeah, to leapfrog. And that's one of the things we are very passionate about as an energy tech and project development company at Energy Crosshair, because technology is one of those things that can help a country like ours, a continent like ours, leapfrog many of the developmental stages that people went through when they were building out their own energy infrastructure. So I would let Rekiat talk a little bit more about how distribution companies are doing theirs. But across the sector, you would, both you as a user and then the providers and government would benefit if technology helps us pull the pieces together. So for example, I would imagine that some of you are in band A, others are in band B and all that. And if you are like me, I quarrel that I don't get the number of hours that the band that they have forced us into is supposed to be in. Do you get that? I was going to say, would to God that somebody is tracking that, so that I'm not just the only one that is going to the disco and saying, you have not given me 20 hours and yet you are charging me for 20 hours. But technology can help you solve that. Yeah? And so that's an area that can easily be solved and quickly be solved. But there is also the bit of how do you then integrate all the different forms of energy? Because Mike talked about renewable energy. Nigeria, and if you've seen, on my LinkedIn and on my social media, Nigeria is blessed with all the different energy sources that the world talks about. It's a lot of sun, that's solar energy free of charge. Well, it's not free of charge. There's a lot of water. there's a lot of gas, there's a lot of everything. But you need to figure out a way to put it in a mix that makes a lot of sense. A mix that is an energy mix that is efficient, that is effective for where we are in our developmental stage. Yeah. So while we have renewables part of our business, that has its place, but you need to put it together. Nigeria has maybe about 80% of power generated today is from thermal plants. That's from gas-fired power plants. But there's still a fair amount of hydro that's coming in, and then there's quite a bit of solar that is being built out now, especially in the north, but across Nigeria. But the ability to mix them up in a way that gives us the reliability we are looking for is what I think technology helps us to do. Yeah. So, for instance, when we install renewable for maybe a company or a residence, because of the smart controllers that we are now able to use, you can integrate the grid, integrate their generator, integrate the solar, integrate any kind of source of power that they have. And then the system can intelligently decide on which one powers your fridge, powers all the different things, depending on how expensive they are. So that's one area that, as I said, technology is that habitat that helps us leapfrog in general. I'm going to leave it here, but both at the country level, at individual, commercial entity, industrial level, or even in the residential levels, we all can benefit from a lot more integration of technology into all of the energy delivery systems, that we have, just so that there's more transparency. People pay for what they consume, and we can hold accountable people that are supplying power as well, like Ricky had them. Thank you again, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
So maybe the second question, I'll just shoot it to Rekiat. So today we know EcoDisco. EcoDisco is very critical to the Lagos economy, right? EcoDisco pretty much, I think, it triangulates between number 1 and 2, the largest discos in Nigeria. And of course, Nigeria is the 4th largest economy in Africa, and that already tells you where EcoDisco is in the scheme of things. So Rekiat, the question I wanted to ask, or the clarification is, so from the standpoint of digital transformation, looking at the disco, which is the biggest player on the on-grid side, what are the challenges that the discos face today, and from the standpoint of digital transformation, and what is the disco doing to overcome that, and how do you see the future, right? So, like current state, this is where the disco is, and future state, this is what we would like to be, yeah, but this is where we are, but this is where we need to be in the future, and what are we trying to do to achieve that blue sky position for EcoDisco. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mike. My name again is Mrs. Rekiat Momo. I'm the CEO for EcoDisco. Because I'm not too sure of the audience, I would like to answer Mike's question in 2 ways. As a customer and as a generator. What I mean by that is the renewable energy that Mike spoke about. So I'm going to be answering in 2 ways. First and foremost, I want to say that in ECO, we pride ourselves as the best disco in Nigeria. And I also like to also mention that in the last 2 months, we've actually been the first in the last 2 months. So to Mr. Michael, there's no controversy.
Can we clap?
There's no controversy that ECO is actually the best as far as the disco is concerned.
Right.
Having said that, I would like to quickly move to the actual question that Michael asked. I want to tell us that we're on top of the game when it comes to digitalization of any task. For instance, the renewable energy that Mr. Michael mentioned, we are aware that there are a lot of technologies that can help us with this integration of this renewable energy. You will agree with me that renewable energy is going to be from different sources. So there is energy management system with the use of IoT and AI that will help us to integrate these various sources of renewable energy into one microsystem.
And on the customer side, it's possible for you to monitor your consumption. For instance, there is what we call TOD, time of the day tariff. So, and there's a system that can help you. If you are consuming light during the peak hours, you are likely to pay more than where you are consuming supply during the off-peak hours. So the technologies are there, and we are already looking at that. In ECO, for instance, we are the first to get SCADA. And as I speak to you now, we are installing FRTU on each DT. So we are running a pilot with about 10 DTs. And what that does for you as a customer is, when your DT is 40, it will trigger us in the office to say this DT is having a problem. But as it is right now, what happens is when your DT is having a fault, there's no how we can know in the system, in the office, that your DT is having a problem. But now we are installing this feeder monitoring, remote feeder monitoring units on the SCADA, such that if your feeder is out, we will know, not that we wait for you to come and report. Unlike before, that when a DT is 40, there's no how we can know. And just like Michael mentioned on the band A, for the band A, it means that everybody on that feeder that enjoys 20 hours and above will pay more than every other person. Yeah. And you're supposed to have a minimum of 20 hours per day. As for the monitoring, the NEC monitors every day. Because the information we are streaming from the system, NEC is also able to stream the same information. So the question of trying to do less than that does not arise. And if it does, NEC penalizes us. And we're also made to refund this money back to the customers. It's there in NEC website. I don't have control over it. So you can Google it and find out whether what I'm saying is actually correct or not. Then I also want to mention that because we know that sometimes the feeder can be on and the DT is not on, is why we invested so much in this remote monitoring, such that if it happens that the feeder is on and your DT is not on, we will know at the head office, and that will prompt us to quickly address it. Then there's also the AMI system, which we are presently using. The AMI is Advanced Metering Infrastructure. So it will help us and also help you as a customer to monitor your consumption, to analyze your consumption, and that also takes me to the energy theft. The AMI will also give us hints of where some of customers are bypassing meters. And that will also prompt us to quickly identify those areas, visit, make necessary corrections, and also apply necessary penalty. Apart from that, we also have a customer application, mobile application, that can always help you know what is happening at a particular point in time. So it also helps your payments. So we also have a payment portal that you can always log into that mobile app, pay using whatever means that you have to get your money paid. We also have a mobile trainings webinar that we also organize, just like this. And we're also using the social media to reach out to our customers in terms of customer engagement. So we have a lot of technologies that we are using presently. The newest is the one that I mentioned, that will enable us to monitor the feeders remotely. They were also looking at the blockchain technology that will also help us in our procurement processes and also customer complaints. So I think I would like to stop here for now. Thank you.
Thanks for that insightful perspective. So interesting things you say, right? So just to pretty much put some perspective. So when electricity generated by the GenCos, right? They generate at 19,000 volts, they step it up and they push it to those big transmission lines you see at 132. From 132, it drops to 3311. That's where your feeder is. So the feeder actually feeds. For 3311 is when it comes, the feeder pushes it to your DT. So your feeder is connected to a bunch of DTs. So in a world where a feeder is radiating 20 hours and the DT is faulty, okay, the NERC looks at it, oh, it's 20 hours, but the DT is faulty. It doesn't make any full value, right? So in the world where ECO has actually gone the next level to say, my feeder is doing 20 hours, my DT should do minimum of 20 hours. Of course, customers sat in this room can only be happy when they're getting power. If a feeder is doing 20 hours and you're not getting 20 hours power, it doesn't make any sense, right? So you can already see where technology is going. And from everything she's saying, we can already see that technology is the baseline, from feeder monitoring to DT monitoring to last mile customers to engagement. So data is the future, and technology is actually what we need to move us from where we are today to the next. So thank you for that insightful positioning. Thanks.
Thank you.
In no way not the least, but the gentleman sat by my right, my left, which should be all right. Tunji, pretty much like to give us some perspective on the off-grid space, right? How is digitization playing in that space? And just for some perspective, so today you have, on the on-grid side, you have generators, the transmission company, and the distribution companies, right? All in as a full value chain. For the renewable side, which is the off-grid side, is a bit dark in terms of, we just know that you have mini grids, you have hundreds of people playing in mini grids, solar home systems, some people playing in mini grids, integrated mini grids and all that. So is there a centralized play where all the mini grids are connected today such that I can log in and see what's going on my mini grid side, or as a regulator to monitor and all that? So pretty much just give us some perspective on that mini grid side, how technology is trying to change the landscape and what you're doing as a player in the space, if you don't mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. Once again, my name is Tunji Irominin. I run Solar-Centric Technologies. As the name implies, we're heavy on renewable energy. However, you need a hybrid system in our case simply because the grid is unstable. Over the last 7 years, if you've been following, most especially the Rural Electrification Agency, they have spearheaded in support, after being supported by the likes of the World Bank, AFDB, and co., a lot of initiatives around renewable energy. Primarily around here, it is solar. And then, of course, you need to have the other technologies included. That's either diesel or gas. And, of course, often than not, you need energy storage in the mix. It's not every time you must have battery, most especially for factories. You can implement without batteries if possible. However, what is very important in our own sector is that you actually cannot operate without the full suite of digital technology. There is no way I'm going to be able to offer or validate value that I'm bringing to you as a commercial or industrial entity. In our various homes, some of us have solar, some of us have just inverter. Yeah, you can get away without digital technology, but if you really want true value, you must invest. They cost more, but you must invest. And then you can pretty much know how much your solar is generating day to day, and then you can very well easily identify situations whereby maybe you have drops in your yield, and then you can raise concerns so that they will be addressed. Coming to the grid, I'll take us very quickly to the time we had BRF, that's Babatunde Rajfashola as the Minister for Power Works and Housing. He had mooted an idea of having 1.2 gigawatts on the grid from renewable energy, primarily solar. It didn't go through, and the reason is very simple. The cost at the end of the day that energy will be offered to Nigerians, as according to the law then, must be affordable. It was going to be too expensive from solar. That's number one. Number two is also the fact that we had overcapacity, and we still have overcapacity today on the generation side. So for context, we have about 12 gigawatt capacity on the grid, on the generation side. What gets wheeled down to you and I in our various offices, homes, and co. is below 4.5 gigawatts. So if you really look at that, we have an excess of about 7.5 gigawatts that is stranded. It needs to be utilized before we can begin to think of adding additional capacity onto it. Why have we also not had solar or other renewable on the grid? Like my gentleman said over there, we have like 80% currently being generated from gas thermal. The remaining 20% is renewable, largely from large hydro. Your renewable energy can only increase by a measure that is corresponding to the amount of dispatchable energy that you have on the grid. So that has been the limitation, because the grid generates power and sends out. It doesn't store. You can have overcapacity at home, so it's only with technology that you can do that. Now, coming to how we can drive adoption of more renewable energy, it's as simple as the fact that we need to increase capacity. So thank God for Electricity Act 2023, which has now made it very easy for you and I to invest. Any one of you can invest today. The Lagos state government, the state government, the local government, thank God they now have autonomy. So I think in 2027 is going to be, for me, highly, engaging, considering the fact that the politicians now need to come out openly and be able to actually say that they will give Nigerians power. If you cannot perform, then I see no reason why you should be there. So all the different technologies are there that we can deploy. The discourse, I'm going to wrap up right now, have had challenges with liquidity. In fact, the entire sector, thank God for the current minister, has been able to help improve liquidity. And today, the different arms of the power sector are able to engage more. But technology is what is driving everything. And you just need to think about what mobile phone, or if you don't have access to your mobile phone for the next three hours, what's going to happen to you? So if you imagine that, let's give you a sense of what technology, digitalization is doing to the sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Tunji, for that insight. So I'd like to go to our lady in the house, the quintessential lady in the house, Rekiat. I wanted to just bring your mind a bit to the 2023 Electricity Act. So if you look at that act, the presidency was very clear on the DisCos should have an energy mix going forward. I think it starts from going to be 10% from now. I know at some point it's going to increase. So if you are generating 100% from a thermal play, they are looking at a world where 90% will become thermal and the other 10% will become renewable, just to ensure that energy is sustainable, is cheaper, is safer, right? So where is EcoDisco today in terms of that auction, right? So do you have projects you're already running, like POCs, to be able to test that? And you said something that actually spawned my interest. You spoke about the blockchain pretty much. So the blockchain enables you to decentralize stuff and have validate immutable contracts, for example. How is ECO positioning to deal with this energy mix where it becomes mandatory? So in a world where you don't meet that mandatory, it becomes a sanction. So how are you positioning to ensure that 10% midterm of your power is coming from a renewable energy mix? Is it something ECO is doing alone, or you need to work with developers? Just paint that picture, so that will help the audience. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mike. So we are discussing with financiers already. You agree with me that any energy company is not easy. The cost is always very huge. So we're already discussing with developers and financiers. As I speak to you now, we have an unserved area, for instance, around the Ilashe area. So we've already entered into an agreement with a financier and a developer. And the contract has been signed. We're only waiting for NEC to give the final approval. So we're also discussing with some other developers. Last week, I was in Abuja for 4 days on the DEAR project. DEAR project is distributed energy resource, and it's all about renewable energy. For instance, I met with the minister, and he was saying, Mrs. Momo, why are you not doing wind along the coastal area?
Right.
And I said to him that we'll also look into that. Presently, we are looking into renewable energy, any source, even if it is 1 megawatt. That is what we are talking about, the micro grid. It may be very small. So by the time everybody is into renewable, which is the way to go, because of the reduction in carbon dioxide and all that. Like I said, we have a lot of developers and financiers that we are working with, because ECO on its own does not have that huge capital to engage in renewable energy as it were. So, but we have a lot of developers and financiers that are interested in partnering with us to ensure that we achieve the 10% renewable energy, which has been given to us by NEC as a mandate. But I can say that whether it's mandatory or not, to be very honest, the renewable energy is the way to go. And that will also make the energy cheaper, because we will have a lot of competitors.
Yeah.
And you know that once we have a lot of competitors and the market is free, you can enter freely and exit freely, it will go a long way to reduce the cost of energy. So we are truly looking into having as many as developers and financiers that are interested in helping us with the renewable energy. But the truth of the matter is, it takes time for it to materialize.
Thanks for that, Rekia. Right. So the mandate is clear. So for those of you that are interested in this, you could take our card and we'll see how that goes. Okay. So the second question is to Mike, right? So for the purpose of this, my name is Michael. His name is Mike, right? So to Mike. So Mike, I often imagine stuff in something awake at night around the electricity play. So imagine a world today where you have an Uber, right? Uber has been able to decentralize the transportation. You have, what are these guys? Airbnb. Airbnb had decentralized, hoteling, right? Yeah. So what does it mean? It means at every point in time, I have a 5-bedroom apartment in my house. He has a 6-bedroom apartment, and he only has just 2 of them. So why don't you lease the others? So bringing it back home, today in Nigeria, Nigerians generate about 18 gigawatts of power through generators, decentralized generators, 18 gigawatts of wasted power, destroying the environment, killing trees, and everything in between, right? Some other 8, 9 gigawatts is stranded somewhere on the Genco side. So I'm imagining a world where, Mike, tell me if I'm wrong, just me thinking, why can't we have a world where people generate energy, and that energy they generate, maybe a Michael generates 0.5 megawatts in his house, right? Okay. Yeah, then I'm able to push that energy into a centralized network where you can now push that to someone that doesn't have a generator. So that means that I don't need to have a generator in my house. Maybe Tunji has generating power already, and there's the centralized grid there that he pushes the power to, and of course I will take that power. So that just creates a very interesting world where people can do all that. So how do you foresee that as a future, or what just me thinking aloud? If you could just pretty much paint a picture in the next 2 minutes, that will help. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mike and Michael. I think you took it off of me. I was going to jump in, even if you didn't ask this question, to say a country like ours, what did they say? About 93 million square kilometers is where we are. Pretty big, yeah? A centralized system is not optimal, for our kind of situation. We are one of the people that is really pushing for a decentralized, power delivery system. Because, in all honesty, why are you generating power with gas in the Niger Delta and you are supplying it in Sokoto because you want to feel that we are one Nigeria? When Sokoto and all of that area can generate its own power reliably with many other ways. So I think it's not just the way to go, it is the most pragmatic and most sustainable way to go to decentralize power. I mean, you all hear that Texas is completely off-grid in the US. It's not connected to anybody. And Texas is pretty big, if you know what I mean. Not connected to any other power system in the US, And I'm not saying, those kinds of isolation, but technology is what then helps us to connect them properly. But the point being that the resource that God has blessed the different parts with, maximize it to generate power, because that keeps the cost low, that makes it more efficient. Yeah? There's a lot of sun. I mean, I don't know how many of you travel outside of the south or the southwest here. There's a lot of sun. There's a lot of heat that, you can really use, up there in Nigeria. So decentralize the power, but use technology to integrate it properly such that, you are then able to manage it as a whole. And PowerTech, as one of our strategic partners, at Energy Cross, is already at the forefront of that, yeah, where technology becomes the glue. that holds it together. But Nigeria shouldn't do the same thing we are doing. There's a lot of talk about refinery now, and there's a refinery in Kaduna, and the source of crude is 700 kilometers or 800 kilometers away. I don't know who does that. Look at the rest of the world. If you look at the US, only at the shores, you have refineries there because that's where they are produced. So I know I digress into that, but I use that point to say that decentralize the system so that you can then have all the different mix available in an area to provide the most optimal power. Because what you want and what I want is that the power that comes is reliable and is cheap and is clean, and it ensures that I'm enjoying it today. My great-grandchildren, 50 years from now, will still be able to have a country or have an area to enjoy. And I think, as I said, technology and digitalization is what helps us to put the glue and the pieces together in a way that you can still manage it as a functional whole while ensuring that it happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, for that insightful rendition. Thanks very much. So I think we're out of time. I would have wanted to do more, but thank the organizers for putting this together. Thank you. Big thanks to the panelists. I hope we can have this kind of session next time and pretty much just weave in all this together to see, to ensure it makes sense to everyone. I foresee a future where the entire technology system is decentralized and someone can easily just pick up his phone and just send electricity tokens to your phone, and voila, you have power in your home. And it's going to happen, and digitization is what takes us there. Thank you.
Please let's give them another warm round of applause as they stand to take their group picture. One of the things that stood out to me from that conversation is that the power sector, the power market is open, and once competitors come in, we begin to see prices go down. I mean, we all remember when GSM was so expensive, and even if you made a call of 2 seconds, you were charged 1 minute. And then Glo came into the market with per second billing, and here we are today. So we're looking forward to a time when power is accessible, is affordable, and we're able to use it for our different responsibilities, whether in the home, in the office, in society, in schools. So thank you for that very insightful panel discussion. Now we're going to leverage technology for our next panel discussion. So they're not physically in the room with us, but that doesn't stop the panel discussion from happening. We're going to watch them on screen. We're going to enjoy this virtual panel discussion, and that's the beauty of technology, that wherever anyone is, we're able to connect with them through technology. So I'd like you to applaud our virtual panelists who will be speaking on adapting global best practices, shaping Nigeria's AI policy for Africa. Join me in welcoming to our virtual stage Margaret Olele, CEO of American Business Council. A warm round of applause. Don't worry, they can hear the applause. Again, the power of technology. We also have Dr. Bumi Ajala, National Director, NCAIR. A warm round of applause, please. Also joining this panel virtually is a partner at PwC in the person of Dr. Nicholas M. Sunder. A warm round of applause, please. And to moderate our virtual panel discussion is from the faculty, Lagos Business School, Dr. Nkem Dilim Iheanacho. A warm round of applause, please. Let them feel the energy here in Victoria Island, in Lagos, at day 3 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. So we have about 30 minutes for this panel, and we will be sending you digital time cards. Maybe when you see me on screen, then you know that time is up. And right after that, we have a talk, and then we'll move to our next panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It's indeed a great honor.
great intellectual background and being able to pull them together, for me, I think it's really a great work that has been done by the ministry. So we can also leverage existing U.S. private sector companies to participate in AI research and development, collaborating with the academic institutions. I know, for instance, that Cisco renewed MOU with NIDA recently to drive the cybersecurity and AI research center, which is currently built up, and this could further enhance what we're looking at. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I know that there are other issues around promoting ethical practices. You can leverage certain guidelines that have already been set to see how to produce and ensure transparency and accountability in AI applications and so on and so forth. So training, research and development, very important. Collaboration between and with industry and academia is also super important, and investing in technology is important to ramp up the local ecosystem of AI in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please let's give our virtual panelists and moderator a warm round of applause. Thank you for that very insightful, engaging conversation. We're now going to move back to the hall. I see a few empty seats. Please just move forward if you see empty seats in front of you. So to my right, there are a few empty seats, some people at the back. If you could just move 1 or 2 rows. With the exception of the first and second row, please let's fill up the empty seats. We don't want people blocking each other's views. We want it for easy access and movement. Same thing to my left. There's a gentleman in green, a lady in red. If you could just move forward to the empty seats in front of you, we'll really appreciate that. Again, as you're posting on your social media platforms, let's continue to use the hashtags for this event: GTA, GTA Conference, and GTA Conference 2024. We'll really appreciate your hashtags and also appreciate your tagging across the different social media platforms. Moving swiftly, we have a quick presentation, 10 minutes. Again, I implore all my speakers, panelists, moderators to just be very mindful of the time, and we are making it easier for you. So if you look to your right, you'll probably see someone holding a card, or maybe to your middle, and if you see me to your left, it probably means that the time is up. So please let's be mindful. It's day 3 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024, and we're so grateful for the turnout we have here in the hall, physically here at the Epicenter stage, and also virtually. Now join me in welcoming Joy Lawal, Project Lead, American Business Council, as she comes on stage to give us a talk. I think we can do better than that. Let's give a resounding round of applause. Let's make her feel welcome as she makes her way to the podium to give her talk. I can't hear the applause, but I can hear mine. Yes, thank you very much. That's the energy we want.
Good afternoon, all. I promise I won't do up to the 10 minutes I have been given. So, like I had been introduced, my name is Joy Lawal, and I work with American Business Council. We just had the previous panel session that spoke about adapting AI strategies, global practices for Nigeria's AI strategy. I think now, taking a lead from the previous panel, as well as what we have been speaking on, I think the first day, we also had a panel that spoke on the importance of policies. Policies have actually become quite critical for businesses because policies can either make or mar a business. So given this, American Business Council, in collaboration with NINA Georgia, came up with what we call a legislative tracker. This conversation started in 2019, then of course the development of the legislative tracker. because we believe that it's important for businesses to be able to have insights about, policies that are coming up, policies in the process of being drafted, and to see ways in which they can influence those policies. Sorry, I'm just going to check to ensure, okay, my clicker is working. Yes, so a quick introduction on the partners. American Business Council is the voice of American businesses in Nigeria. We're also affiliated to the US Chamber of Commerce. And so basically what we are focused on is facilitating the Nigeria-US trade, as well as kind of encouraging the ease of doing business in Nigeria because of our companies that are playing here in this field. We worked on this legislative tracker with Nina Georgia. So Nina Georgia, they're a business solution strategy and advisory firm. And they're quite big in the policy space, when it comes to development of policies and seeing ways in which to affect policies. Okay, now let me go to explain the legislative tracker. Sorry, it seems my pointer is not working. Could I get help? Thank you. So basically, the legislative tracker is a package that we give to organizations. So it started in, like I said, the thought of this came up in 2019, then the development happened afterwards. And in 2022, some of our companies have actually tried to use the legislative tracker. I mean, some of members of American Business Council. So what this legislative tracker does, it kind of gives companies, subscribers, access to information on policies as they are in the development stage. So it gives the opportunity for organizations to track these policies as they come along and to see ways in which they can affect those policies to ensure that the policies actually, it's beneficial to their sector. Like we said, it's basically a policy alert system. So on the screen there, you can just see the dashboard of what the legislative tracker looks like. The next slide, please. Thank you. So basically what it is, the legislative tracker comes with a full range of services. So you're able to, there's the bill tracking, bill analysis, stakeholder engagement, bill development and amendment. Now we should keep in mind that this is actually very important for organizations operating in the Nigerian environment, given the role that policy plays for them. Next slide, please. Yes, the next slide. So I'll just go straight to show you what it looks like. So this is the login page. Usually when organizations subscribe to the legislative tracker, we actually give them account details to be able to access it and access code. And this is what the login page looks like. The next slide, please. Then this is the dashboard. So basically on the dashboard, you can see the stages of the bills, the sponsors, and many other information. And what you can do from here, sorry, if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So from the dashboard, there are various categories. So you can search for the bills, for the exact bill you're looking for, based on, you can look at the date the bill was created, the sector, and you are able to follow up with this bill. It's actually an easy platform to use. The next slide, please. Yes. So basically, I'm just giving a snapshot of what the details page look like. So there are weekly insights into proposed bills and motions scheduled for discussion, monthly updates on the progress of each bill, then as well as an organized categorization of bills by sector. So this, when our members used this in 2020, I think, yeah, 2020, it was quite useful for them because with this, they were able to track bills that affected them, and they were able to make inputs to some of these bills to ensure that it covered their concerns. Next slide, please. So thank you all for listening. This was a quick presentation from us, from American Business Council and Nina Georgia. Thank you.
Please, let's applaud her. She did keep to time. In fact, she gave us some time, made that presentation very concise and brief. And like they said, knowledge is power. The more information you have, the better equipped you are to make those choices. Now we're moving on very swiftly on the agenda to our town hall, and this will look at the digital economy sector. Just by a show of hands, how many of us are playing in the digital economy? How many of us? So the whole section to my left, we're not playing in the digital economy. I'd expect that every hand will go up because we're all part of the digital economy. Whether you're using WhatsApp to sell your goods, or people are sliding into your DM on Instagram, or even using your laptop to learn, going on any of these platforms using technology, we're playing in the digital economy. So all hands should have gone up. But if you didn't, I'm sure by the time you hear all the contributions, amazing contributions that we'll have in this town hall meeting, you'll see that you are part and parcel of this digital economy. Now, I'd like you to put your hands together as I invite Mrs. Tolulashe Omodele Rufai, Assistant Director, Lagos Zonal Office, NCC. A warm round of applause, please. Joining her is Olumide Koka, Head Administration and Marketing, Nigeria Internet Registration Association, NIRA. A warm round of applause. To join the town hall is Busayo Balogun, Head Corporate Services at Nigeria Internet Registration Association, NIRA. Please, let's give a warm, resounding round of applause. Also joining this town hall meeting is Engineer Dr. Mrs. Falilat Jimo, Head Innovation and Digital Inclusion, SWZO at NITDA. A warm round of applause, please. We also have the Head of Strategy, National Identity Management Commission, Dr. Alvan Ikoku. A warm round of applause. Please, let's clap. Let's appreciate them. They're spending their time sharing of their experience and resources. And we also have the IT manager at NIPOST, Awotimiro Oni Moses. A warm round of applause for Awotimiro Oni Moses. And to moderate this town hall, I would like you to put your hands together for our moderator, who I invited earlier on the stage, Mrs. Tolulashe Omodele Rufai. A warm round of applause. Please, we have 30 minutes for this town hall, and we'll implore that some of our panelists to the right could just move to the left so that there's a bit more spread. I guess this is fine. Because of the podium. Okay. Please would like the podium to be moved, please, and so there's no blocking. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great honor. This is an impromptu assignment to moderate this session. And I know I have capable hands here. And of course, the topic is digital economy. It's a town hall meeting. What I'll do with the speakers is I'd like you from your respective industries to say what you're doing as part of the digital economy ecosystem for Nigeria. In no particular order, maybe I'll take it from the extreme right, from NIMSI. Mr. Alvan Ikoku could give us some opening on what NIMSI is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the National Identity Management Commission, our act is very clear. We are mandated to register all Nigerians and legal residents into the National Identity Database. Besides that, and in a nutshell, we are to manage identity, the broad spectrum of identity in the country. And of course, that would include enrolling Nigerians in diaspora. And NIMSI is about just that, doing that. We require a great deal of digital infrastructure to ensure that this happens somewhat flawlessly and without much hassles to the citizens and legal residents who will be so enrolled into the National Identity Database. So it's work in progress for us. At the moment, we are almost 109 million and counting into the National Identity Database, and we are still forging ahead. Thank you.
How does it benefit the economy?
Oh, sure. I would say that national identity, or digital identity, it's almost at the core of digital economy. People who transact in the digital economy space most definitely need to have a proper identity, or else things are skewed in the favor of miscreants, and those threats are what we don't desire as a country at this time. So national identity is at the bedrock of digital economy. So we need to work hard, redouble our efforts, and ensure that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take it to a lady. This is one panel that is well-balanced, gender-balanced. I'm so happy about that. So I'll take it to the lady from NIRA. Busola Balogun, could you tell us what NIRA does and what your impact is as per the digital economy space in Nigeria?
Thank you so much, Tolu Walashe. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here. It's good to see nice faces. My name is Busayo Balogun, like they say. I work with NIRA. I'm sure people are asking, what is NIRA? So NIRA is the Nigeria Internet Registration Association. We manage your identity online. So why NIMSI might manage your identity, we manage your online identity. We manage the .ng. We are the registry for .ng. So wherever you see any email address, any website, you see maybe nimsi.gov.ng, that .ng, that's our identity online, and NIRA manages it. Another popular question that people ask, is NIRA a governmental agency? No. NIRA is not a governmental agency. In fact, we are registered as a not-for-profit, we are self-regulating, and we are not government. It's a membership-based organization, so we encourage everybody here, if you know you have an interest in promoting the digital economy, come and join us. Let us work together to make policies in protecting this space. And I'm sure the moderator would ask, so what are the advantages? Why should we use a .ng? Very simple. What are we here for? We're talking about the global tech economy. We're talking about the digital economy, how we've been contributing to this as an organization. That's why we're here. That's our identity. We should be proud of it. We're all Nigerians. And apart from that, how much is a .ng? Very cost-effective option. I remember during the COVID period, there was a lot of capital flights, people that were trying to register and renew their .com, domains because of the dollar, the exchange rates. A lot of people couldn't. But with .ng, you pay in Naira, very affordable. For as low as 2,000 Naira, 2,500, you can get a .ng, you can register a .ng. And I also like to encourage everyone, we have a stand here, it's with NIDA, just outside. So if you're interested in learning more about what we do, or you can get on the .ng train, please visit our stand. And if you have any question, I'm here to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Busayo. I would like to take this to Mr. Koka, who is also from NIRA. What are the benefits of having a .ng? Okay, we're talking about financial inclusion, we're talking about digital economy, we're talking about so many things. And of course, the focus for Nigeria is growth on this digital economy. What are the advantages of having a .ng account?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olumide Koka. First of all, my colleague mentioned cost-effective. So it's actually cost-effective for you to start chasing dollar to purchase your maybe .com or some other domain name. So it's cheaper for you to actually have a .ng domain name, and it's actually our passport. We can't shy away from it. And so one other thing is that as for SEO ranking, it's easier for you to get your business ranked on Google. So take for instance, if you are in Nigeria, when a keyword relating to your company or business idea is pushed out to a search engine, it means that you get it faster up there. And same apply if you are in other countries. Another thing is that getting a .ng means that you are confident that your business is secure. You are in a trust tender because it's actually managed by an independent organization from government, which is the registry, which is NERA. So those are the benefits. Just of recent, we are ranked second in Africa, as a second in Africa out of the 43 million domain names that you have in Africa, across the 53 countries in Africa. So we are hoping to be the leading country in the domain name space in Africa. Thank you.
So that's very, very commendable to hear that we're now second in Africa. We deserve a round of applause for that.
Please, can I just add to that? Again, I just want to add to that. So when he was talking about, so reducing capital flights, that's what I'll say, taking our dollar out instead of just spending the Nigerian naira to obtain your .ng. And like you rightly said, just at the concluded ICANN meeting that we had at Kigali, Nigeria was actually ranked the second biggest registry in Africa after South Africa. I think we deserve a round of applause. I think we can do better, considering our population, the numbers. But I know we'll get there.
We need to blow our own trumpets.
Yes, we need to. At least with everybody in this room, I know before we leave here, we're all going to get our .ng and we're going to add to the numbers. And just a quick one, just in case you want to see what our statistics look like, you can go to dashboard.register.ng. You'll see the current number of the .ng registrations we have presently, real-time insight information. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this is very commendable from NERA because I think I was at a forum before COVID. And of course, Nigeria was below 10. So it was just South Africa and then the rest of the world. And honestly, it's very commendable. It's safer. And of course, you're proudly Nigerian. The brand is Nigerian. Let's show our flag and our brand out. Thank you very much. So I'll take the next question to NIPOST. Tell us, NIPOST, Mr. Omoni.
Thank you very much.
What NIPOST is doing for the digital economy, what is your contribution to improving and enhancing this focus of the new government?
Thank you very much. I think NIPOST is all about posting. For maybe many of us might be wonder, is NIPOST still existing? Definitely we are still existing. You can't underestimate NIPOST in a nation. You see, despite the fact that the world today, they are going through mail, WhatsApp, and others, but there are some documents that are so important that still go through post, and also we have our logistics, those that we convey through trucks and whatever of a thing. And NIPOST has developed some software whereby, as a customer, right at your house, you can register your item, and also send information to NIPOST to come down and pick your item for you. Also, you can also track those items while on transmissions. All those things NIPOST has put in place today. And also, we also have our courier regulatory system, and these courier regulatory systems, you can register right here from your house. Just go there for confirmations so that you also can have a courier regulatory, you can have your own courier business presently. Also, NIPOST also, we're into many things like financial inclusions today. And merely looking at it, NEPOS covers every local government in the whole nations, Nigeria, and we are serving them, though we still have some defect due to funding. But I want to tell you that NEPOS is there to serve you. In this present leadership, in this current leadership, NEPOS is positioned to be one-stop shop for every one of us, like digital penetration to all local government in the area of address systems. We also see provision of digital access through internet access, e-learning. We have a center in Kaduna presently. We also see financial inclusions. Also, in NEPOS today, if you come there, you can deposit, you can withdraw in NEPOS. Also, we are into collaboration with NIMSIS for national identity for citizens. Also, collaboration with immigration for capturing of international passport and at the post. All these things are taking place at the post today. We also see we are in collaboration also with Federal Road Safety for driver license capturing and delivering using the post. All those things are there. Therefore, as in a NEPOS, in a digital role, we have a lot of role to play. Therefore, we are not just there, but I want to let you know that very soon, many things will feature out in most of our outlets in the nations, in each of the state, local government, whereby every citizen will be of great beneficial to all those things. Right away from your house, you can interact with us. We can also interact with you, and also we can also deliver your item at a convenient place without stress. That is all what we are today in NEPOS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oni Moses. One thing I can tell the House is that I'm sure some of you are aware that the ministers, that's the Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economies agenda is the 3MTT, which is to empower 3 million Nigeria with technical knowledge. So in enhancing and promoting this, there were some Nigerians that were selected for these digital skills, and they were provided with devices. And what the minister ensured was that delivery of some of these devices was routed through NIPOST. And if you're following such handles on social media, each of the participants acknowledged receipt and prompt delivery by NIPOST. So a round of applause for NIPOST. Thank you very much. The big elephant, who is our host, NITDA. So NITDA has Mrs. Khadijat, Dr. Falila Jimo. Would like to know what NITDA is doing as per digital economy space and with contribution to the,
Oh, thank you. There's this African saying that the biggest elephant comes last, so we are accepting all of that. Thank you. When it comes to NITDA, we all realize that the future is digital. And when you think of anything digital, think about NITDA. From wherever you can imagine, NITDA plays a vital role for you. What do? At NITDA, we are leading digital transformation in such a way that we want to be able to empower the nation. Not just empower the nation, we're driving this through inclusivity to make sure that no one is left behind. Not even the bully seller on the street is left behind. We're penetrating and women business. How are we doing this? If I have to start explaining in details, we're not going to leave GTA for the next 1 week, and I will still continue to explain. So permit me to summarize some things that relate to every one of you here. We're leading this digital transformation in a way that we're promoting digital capacity development. I don't want to be using technical terms. I want to use terms that you and I can understand. We are promoting digital literacy such that everyone, irrespective of your field, you're not just digital literate, you have the future, you have the skill of the society. If you are non-techie, you're a fashion designer, whatever field you are, you're able to leverage on AI and other digital technology to foster innovation in your business. if you have developed beyond that, maybe you're an IT student, you're an IT techie, we did a lot of research to get the skill gap analysis of what you need to be able to outsource your skill to the world. And NIDA, we believe in global supply chain. There's shortage of talent. Nigeria has got the youth population to push the talent to the world. We empowering the youth to have the future of technology skills to make sure that you can be here and be in a lot of forest from wherever you are. Aside from that, if you have startups, you have a lot of innovative ideas, NIDA is supporting the startup through our own subsidiary to make sure that your goods is locally produced for international consumption. And if you're not a startup, if you're an accelerator means that you already have a company, it's already thriving. NIDA is also supporting you to make sure that you're not just thriving, you're thriving to the best of your capacity. Aside that, we're doing a lot to make sure that you're secured online through our cybersecurity frameworks and policies, our SAT services to make sure that when you're online, you're safe with whatever you're doing. Not only do we do that, we also make sure that we do developmental regulation. So everyone here, when you ask, what does a regulator do? You think a regulator is that person that brings ruler and tell you, don't go there, don't go here. No. At NIDA, developmental regulation means that we promote regulation that foster innovation. That way, we get this feedback from our ecosystem to make sure that we regulate in a way that you thrive with your innovation idea and we see you blossom. Aside from the developmental regulation, with NIDA, you can collaborate with us on a whole lot of platforms. Like I said, we have a very short time here, but I want to let you know that a lot of NIDA team are on ground. We have our booth out there. If you need to learn a lot more things about how you can partner with us, how you can get involved in so many things that we do, we are on ground at GTA. We have a booth out there. We can continue these discussions from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Falila. That's a beautiful one. I was going to ask a question on collaboration, but she's already touched on that. But I'll take it to the other speakers. We'll start from NIMSI. Do you have any talk on what collaboration steps are you taking as per this push for digital economy?
Thank you very much, moderator. NIMSI is on top of things as far as collaboration is concerned. I was just x-raying the panelists here and wondering which of the panelists NIMSI is not collaborating with in some ways. But NIMSI is collaborating with virtually every ministry, department, and agency right about now, with a special focus on those that are industry leaders and regulators. It was a bit worrisome, even though the clarity came, as NIRA spoke, actually, that they are responsible for the .ng. And I was wondering, I hope NIRA actually does profile the individuals, or mask that corporate entity to profile the individuals who are behind the .ng. Reason, there's a whole lot of talk and discussion around phishing sites, etc. So how do we stem the tide of these ugly things? But that said, NIMSI has a number of collaborations. We're collaborating with the private sector, we're collaborating with the public sector to deliver on the goods of digital identity. In terms of number, it's something that comes directly under my purview at the Commission. And so right about now, we are looking and trying to collaborate with 106 entities across the various industries in the country. There are different stages. There are those that we have actually wrapped up the collaboration, and it's operational and delivering the dividends of digital identity. There are some others which are obviously work in progress. I did not mention this at the beginning, but what is the whole gamut of digital identity? It would also include verification and authentication. If you don't verify and authenticate any individual, there could be a case of identity theft, which we are not for. So I just thought I should put that in perspective and hope that either on this panel, this stage, or afterwards, that NERA will bring clarity to Little Alvan's concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ikoku, for that observation. Yes, we have issues about identity theft. Digital identity is the new way to identify people. And of course, you know, I work with the telecoms regulator, and of course, we know that the phone, everybody has a phone. Everybody has a phone number. For every form you're filling, somebody's asking you for your phone number. Sometimes your email, but at least we have availability of telephone for almost everybody, if not, and people having multiple numbers. So what does NERA do? So what kind of vetting do you do for the .ng subscribers?
Thank you so much. So to answer the question, I need to probably explain a bit the way we work, our model of operation. So we as the registry just see us like a mini regulator because we make the policies, for the .ng. But we have, accredited registrars that are made to go through a process. This process, they do tests, so we carry out our due diligence, before we accredit them as registrars to actually provide these services to the registrants, to the third parties. And just like what my colleague from NIMSI says, also, the conversation about phishing, which is also one of the advantages of having .ng, because we have the local customer support. Our registrars are here, both here and international, but you have a problem, you have like domain name complaints, the registry is here, the registrars are here, we're here to support you. We respond to these complaints, unlike most times when you use other like GTL, this like the .com. A lot of us don't even know who the registrar is because you go through third parties most times, through resellers. But with the .ng, we're here. Whatever domain name complaint you have, be it phishing, is things that we investigate. The registrars are there. We have a processing out. We have policies to ensure that this situation is dealt with. I don't know if that answers.
Thank you very much. It's about answers it. Yeah. So on to collaboration. I would like to know if NIPOS has a word on what collaboration you're doing with other agencies as per this digital economy enhancement.
Like NEMPOS, we have a collaboration with NIMSI on this national identity, and also the immigrations, the time of capturing, also delivering to the customers, at their homes. All those things we are into as NEMPOS. Also, the FRSA, driver license capturing, and also delivery up to the point of delivery to the customers.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So you spoke about your collaboration. So I was going to ask you something else, but if you want to expatiate on your collaboration, because we have just about a few minutes left. So.
Okay. I will try to be short. At NIDA, like we are the giants in the room, our collaboration is extensive. Aside from the fact that we collaborate with all government agencies, all federal government institutes, I would like to let you know that NIDA is the powerhouse for all federal government projects. We do a lot of advisory and consulting to make sure that you get the best of citizenry services in terms of digital platforms. Not only do we do that, we collaborate with the private sectors, we collaborate with our institutions, and above all, we also collaborate with international organizations to make sure that you get the best practice of digital platforms and digital empowerment for the best of digital ecosystem that we need to thrive in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been a very engaging session, but I wouldn't close this without talking about NCC's role in this, because we're the telecoms regulator, and we know the bedrock for digital economy is the telecom space. So I need us to all know that we have a role in the fact that the telecom infrastructure is our property, is our individual collective role. We have a collective role to protect it. That's why we're designating it as critical national infrastructure. We have issues about cable cut, fiber cut, shutdown of masts and towers. Without this infrastructure, you cannot enjoy what the panelists here have to say. I mean, Nigeria, we are gaining grounds with the global village in the global space. What COVID has done for us has made us the impossible possible, where your sister, your brother, your children in some remote part of Nigeria can connect to the world. That is part of the digital economy space we're talking about. And without the telecom space, this could not have happened. So please, I'd like to ensure and enjoin you all, please remember all telecoms infrastructure belongs to our collective responsibility to protect. Thank you very much to the speakers. I'd like if you have 30 seconds each for a last word. I'll start from my left. Okay, let Mr. Coker take it because you've taken so just for Nira. 30 seconds, please, so that we can round up. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I'll implore you all. We wanted to talk about our Dotenji Academy to come to our stand to ask about Dotenji Academy. We actually have fantastic idea to collaborate with people, NGOs. We have what we call reseller entrepreneurship. We want to try and build more registrars, build more reseller entrepreneurs in Nigeria. We've heard about registrars, who host Upperlink, Namecheap, who are international. So we have a space for building people in this space. We have at our Dotenji Academy. We also have what we call street digital skills. Our street digital skills is aimed for us to focus on people on the street. You can't rule these people out when it comes to digital economy because at the end of the day, these people are going to be the people who are going to form the cluster in the informal sector, and we're going to be depending on the informal sector for production, services, and revenue generation into our GDP in the future. So it is important for us to take people on the street into the journey of this digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coker.
Thank you very much. When you think digital economy, think about NITDA. The pattern word now is that if you're really interested in the digital economy of our dream, the NITDA is building, I will employ you to try and look out for our STRAP document, Strategic Action and Roadmap documents. That should be your companion to see where we head into so that together we can build the digital economy of our dream. And one last thing, if you're a startup, the Startup Hack is for you. Please grab a copy and make use of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So, Nipos, do you have a pattern word?
Well, the pattern word I have is that we want the public to come and patronize NIPOS. No, we are there for you. And also, we are make our service is much more better with the current leadership in NIPOS. That if you send any of your items, you can track it within maybe at your comfort zone. You know the states of your items and where it is presently and when the items will be delivered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Ekoku, do you have a pattern word? 30 seconds, please.
Certainly. Thank you very much, moderator. Mine will be more like a council. May I invite all and sundry, all stakeholders to put all hands on deck. We have no other country than Nigeria. And so for Nigeria to be great, we need to be conformist to the things that we need to conform to. And government in its wisdom with all of the agencies of government have fine-tuned several frameworks that will take us to the promised land. In the case of collaborations, let's optimize the benefits of collaborations and do away with parochial interest. It would often be defeatist to the purpose of building a great country. On that note, I would just say, enroll once and be identified for life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll have a pattern word as well on the issues of startups. Like I said, I represent a regulatory agency here. For startups that are veering into telecoms-related businesses, please check the NCC website, www.ncc.gov.ng. We have digitized our license processes so that if you have to acquire a license, it's easier to be done. Go to the LAPS application through our e-services to get yourself registered. Let's make Nigeria better. Let's make Nigeria great. Digital economy is all for us to benefit from. Thank you. It's been a pleasure with this group of panelists. Thank you. And it has been an honor for me to be moderator.
Applause for our town hall meeting participants. Let's just applaud them. We'd like you to stand for a group picture. For our phonographers, I see some of you holding your phones, recording, taking pictures. Please continue to post your content on your various social media platforms using the hashtags GTA Conference 2024. And that also includes you, our digital and virtual attendees. You can do screenshots of your screen and post. Let us know that you're a part of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. We're getting to the end of day 3. That's the final day of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. And just seeing the sheer amount of people still in the hall. Some of you have been here as early as 9, 10 a.m. It just gladdens my heart. It shows that you're getting value for your time. And I know a lot of us are looking forward to knowing what next when it comes to this digital economy. What is the strategic roadmap that the NITDA has? So I'd like you to free your hands because I need a resounding round of applause. I believe it was one of our participants on this town hall meeting that accepted, as we say in local parlance, with our full chest that NITDA is indeed the giant and they are one of our diamond partners. So join me in welcoming the Director of Corporate Planning and Strategy, Dr. Aristotle Onumo. Please give him a warm round of applause as he makes his presentation on the strategic roadmap and action plan 2.0. A warm round of applause. Let the applause keep coming. NITDA has said they are the giant in the room, so I think that deserves what? A gigantic round of applause. And we're very grateful for your sponsorship and support here at the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024.
Good afternoon, everyone. I once again want to say a very big thank you for your patience and for having endured to this third day, which promises to be, which have been an exciting one and promises to bring to you a great excitement. So I'm going to be taking us briefly to what NITDA promises, the kind of social contract that NITDA has with the community, with the partner, and with the Nigerians at this particular time. It is a package program that you are going to be looking at and to assess NITDA with in the next 3 or 4 years. What we have said, a social contract that we have with the people that we serve or with the stakeholder as the case may be. It is our strategic roadmap and action plan, which have been carefully put together for the purpose of reaching out to our local community and also global community, and what we intend to do and how we intend to move the digital economy forward in the next few years. So I'm going to take us through now. Okay. Like I said, it's just a mere walkthrough of our strategic roadmap and action plan. As you're seeing 2.0, what it means that we had a 1.0. The 1.0 actually came to an end somehow last year, and because of the new government that came in last year, and also when we had a new minister who set also a vision of accelerating our digital economy set up a new direction for us as an agency. We have no option than to recalibrate ourselves and also reimagine ourselves and re-strategize to key into the new directive or the new direction that the the new administration is setting up to. Like as earlier said when I was giving a remark sometime yesterday, when the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy came up, they came up with a strategic blueprint. And that strategic blueprint had 5 pillars. And that 5 pillars actually was curated from the Renewed Hope agenda, which is the priority of this federal government, what they intend to do. And that Renewed Hope agenda also had 8 strategic pillars, ranging from that of reforming the economy up to the fact that they want to improve service delivery. So connecting these two together, we also at the agency recalibrating our thought process and recalibrating our intentions, connected with the purpose and the agenda of the new administration to come up with strategic roadmap and action plan, which are the derivatives of what we intend to do in the next 3 to 4 years. Now, the roadmap itself has a very clear vision. And the vision of the roadmap is to make Nigeria, a digital-enabled nation, fostering inclusive economic growth through digital technology. That is what our vision is, and that is what we intend to do. All the activities we intend to do in these next 4 years is connected to the vision of what we want to achieve, to make Nigeria an IT-enabled nation, fostering inclusive economic development through digital transformation. Now, like I said earlier, all that we need to do was to realign our goal, recalibrate our thought process, and re-strategize to connect with the purpose and the goal of the new administration. I said it earlier, the agenda of this administration came up with 8 key priority areas. And those 8 key priority areas was also recalibrated or metamorphosed into 5 key priority areas of the ministry. And in our own agenda, we came up with 8 key strategic pillars upon which we are going to implement the derivative that came up from the ministry. Now, one of those areas that what we intend to achieve, or what we want to do, is to cultivate digital literacy and, foster digital literacy and cultivate talent. Now, in this area, we intend to implement what we have as our digital literacy framework, which have been developed. And in that framework, what we intend to achieve is very clear. We want to ensure that 70% of Nigerians are digitally literate by the year 2027. That is our goal, and that is our aspiration. And how do we intend to do that? We have come up with about 3 different initiatives. One of such initiatives is what we could refer to as Digital Literacy for All initiative. Now, in this Digital Literacy for All initiative, we intend to train and empower and ensure that 30 million Nigerians from the informal sector are digitally literate between now and 2027. How do we intend to do that? We want to achieve that by using our Youth Corps members. We want to raise up what we refer to as digital literacy champions, because we believe that Youth Corps members are they are the set of people that you can see and are available in every nook and corner of Nigeria. So making digital literacy champions, we intend to empower them, teach them, equip them, and provide them with life skills through which they can use to reach out to many people that are in the area of whether underserved area or in our metropolis. That is our goal. We believe that if we continue in that trajectory, in the next 3-4 years, we should have been able to reach out to as many as 30 million Nigerians. The next program they also have, in terms of trying to achieve this 70%, is also to change the curriculum. We are talking with the Ministry of Education, we are working with the Ministry of Education to ensure that we infuse the curriculum, or we infuse digital literacy framework that have been developed into the curriculum of both the primary, secondary, and tertiary education. And we believe that if we do that, when people are graduating or finishing their secondary school, they should have been equipped in such a way that they can play their own key role within the digital economy space. Not only that, we are also reaching out to empower, to ensure that our workforce are also digitally capable. Now, with that also, our workforce will be able to ensure that we have an efficient and effective service delivery. Another initiative that NIDA is supporting, which I believe that most of us have known and most of us have come across, is the 3MTT. We also intend to ensure that 3 million talents in terms of digital talent are also trained by the year 2027, in the next 3 years. You can agree with me that if we're able to get, even if it's 1.5 million of these talents resident in Nigeria here are earning about $2 million per month. Calculate that, you discover that a huge amount of money is already coming into Nigeria through that particular program. Now, the next thing we have as our second pillar, or as a point of excellence, is to build a robust technology research ecosystem. Now, in achieving this, it's very critical for us because we want to make Nigeria to play its own key role in the research community and take a very strategic position in that of digital economy ecosystem. And in doing that also, we want to see and want to ensure that we have at least one single SPV that is dedicated to AI, that's artificial intelligence, in terms of trying to promote, in terms of trying to create, in terms of also trying to showcase, what we're able to do with our own artificial intelligence capability in Nigeria. We also want to see how we can, ensure that we support our research ecosystem so that about 40 research papers are churned out in at least in the next 3 years. And those research papers are also turned, about 20% of them will also be turned as commercialized and turned to an outcome where we can see something like an invention. We're also looking at, see how we can be able to support, raise close about 17.5 million of research fund to support the research ecosystem. Now, the third one is to strengthen policy implementation and legal framework. In this area, we intend to achieve quite a number of initiatives that's going to help us to create the right kind of enable environment for everyone who wants to participate in the digital ecosystem to be able to carry out this activity, having the right kind of regulatory environment, especially as our colleagues spoke earlier, in the context of developmental regulation. We set out framework, we set out guidelines that will help the ecosystem to be able to maximize whatever product and guide them in the right path so that whenever their product comes up, it will have not only local interest, but also have a global relevance. We have the third one, which is to promote inclusive access to digital infrastructure and services. Now, in this, we have set out very clear goals of what we want to achieve. Now, number one is that we want to ensure that we have about 444 learning centers across the entire country, ensuring that each state at least must have at least 3 digital learning centers situated in them. We also want to ensure that each zone in Nigeria has what we could refer to as a technology development zone. Not only that, we want to ensure, we also want to see that at least 40% of women are also included in every program that we're having in Nigeria. Now, the fourth one is the fifth one is to strengthen cybersecurity and enhance digital trust. Now, we want to promote, want to ensure that we have a robust security infrastructure for those who are participating in the digital ecosystem. In doing that, we want to ensure that you, as an individual, when you are participating in a digital, within the cyberspace, you are whom you said that you are. So you can be properly identified, you can be properly ensured that the integrity of your services, the integrity of digital transaction is aptly assured. That's exactly what we want to achieve by reducing reducing cyber incidents within the cyberspace by 40%. Again, the fifth one is to nurture an innovative and entrepreneurial ecosystem. In this area, we intend to aggressively implement our Nigerian Startup Act. I'm sure that most of you who are in the startup industry or startup ecosystem must have heard about the startup portal for those who need to be registered and profiled as startup. It is your responsibility that if you want to benefit from the provisions and what the government had to offer, especially in the area of incentive, you must register labeled as a Nigerian startup. So once that is done, you'll be well assured, well recognized that whenever government have an incentive, then you can also benefit from it. We're also planning that at least about $5 billion will also be raised through a Nigerian startup. That is our goal. That's our aspiration. And we cannot achieve that. We cannot achieve that without you sitting down here. That's why we are discussing. That's why we are bringing this document to you. It's a social contract. You are going to partner with us. We are going to partner with you if we are going to achieve this goal. The seventh one is forging strategic partnership and collaboration. And this is very strategic to us. This is very key as an agency because that's why we are here. And that's why we are participating in GTA, to find a means and a pattern through which we can collaborate and partner with you to be able to achieve our goal. Because we believe that it is only through partnership that we can maximize impact. It's only through partnership we can create that synergy. It's only through partnership that we can build a cohesive ecosystem that can drive digital economy to achieve a digital Nigeria that is going to be benefit for every one of us. And in this area, we are intending that we are going to have 6 global platforms participating by year 2027. I'm sure you must have heard that Nigeria have signed an MOU with Dubai World Trade Center in the area of bringing GITEX to Nigeria. So these are some of the partnerships that we are also curating. We are also having partnership with various other organizations, and we are welcoming you as an individual, we are welcoming you as a company. Come and partner with us so that we can maximize impact and ensure the stability of the ecosystem. Now, the last one, which is very critical to us, I'll soon round up. The last one, which is very critical to us, is cultivate a vibrant organizational culture and agile workshop, an agile workforce. This particular segment or this particular strategic pillar is very critical for us as an agency, because without a vibrant and agile workforce, we may not be able to achieve our goal. And what do we intend to achieve? We want to ensure that we have an organization that is inclusive, an organization where people are free to ask questions, an organization where people reward and excellence is recognized, an organization, a first-class organization where you, if they are asked to choose a place to work, notwithstanding what is being paid, then you want to say neither is a first place to work. That is the kind of organization we want to build. An organization that where people are actually built, where people are trained, you have the right kind of capacity, you have the right kind of culture, you have the right kind of mindset to be able to deliver service to the good of Nigeria. That is the kind of organization we want to see, and that's why this particular area is very critical to us. As you can see in the slide there, we want to achieve what we refer to as a level 4 psychological safety by year 2027. And what do I mean by that? We want to see a situation where individuals, employees in a particular organization can challenge a process, can query a process without reprimand, and can also experience inclusiveness, recognizing your worth in everything that you do, not about your worthiness, having the opportunity to ask questions and have the opportunity to get a feedback. That's the kind of organization we want to see. And that's why we are welcoming and asking every one of us, join hands with us so that as we move along to be able to achieve this goal. My final note, collaboration and partnership is a gateway to economic prosperity and a foundational element to maximize impact. Brothers and sisters, partners that are seated here today, I want to assure you that our goal is to create value for our customer. Now, we are playing within the framework of the digital ecosystem. Our pillars, the 8 pillars I've mentioned to you, represents our point of excellence, which I want the stakeholders to continuously and consistently monitor and assess us. And we have both the internal and external capacity, including our social network. Our leadership is dynamic, our leadership is adaptive, our leadership is strong and virile, and our leadership is also focused. And our strategy is creating a digital value for future through regulatory insight. And that's why I want to say, in a parting note, come, everyone, come. You that is seated down here, come and join us as we all come together to build a digital Nigeria that is going to work for every one of us. A digital Nigeria that is going to give us the right kind of digital good that we reserve. A digital Nigeria that will be the top for a digital Africa. Thank you for listening.
That's powerful. I believe it deserves another warm round of applause. So much in store for us as Nigerians. We're really grateful for the support. I just want to see by a show of hands if we have benefited from the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024, whether it's the networking, whether it's the fireside chat. In fact, someone is waving both hands, right? Whether it's the talks, the town hall meeting, like at the count of 3, I just want us to say, thank you, GTA. Can we do that? 1, 2, 3. Thank you, GTA. Yeah, so really grateful. If you want to give them a warm round of applause, We truly appreciate just the wealth of knowledge and experience that has been shared here at the Epicenter stage and other stages here at the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. And a big shout out to our virtual attendees. I'm sure you were also joining us to say thank you, but let's see it in our comments. You know, the Global Tech Africa Conference is coming live through the live stream on YouTube. So we've heard from Nidda, and we'd just like you to share your feedback. We'd like you to post on the social media platforms. Don't just say thank you here. You can go a step further and say thank you. You can share your feedback. You can ask questions and use our social media platforms, Global Tech Africa, and use our hashtags GTA, GTA Conference, and GTA Conference 2024. Now, we have an exhibition stand outside, and when you do have time today, we'd like for you to stop by the different stands, engage with them, ask questions. Those that have products and services that are of interest to you, you can make purchases. The whole idea is for us to build this tech ecosystem, and we can't do that if everyone, whether it's public sector, private sector, development partners, the diplomatic circle, students, the academia, if we don't all come together, even the media, the fourth estate, in really developing the tech ecosystem here in Nigeria. So would like you to make the most of day 3. I know it's the final one. And just before we move to the next item on the agenda, I would like a microphone to go around so we can get some feedback. Earlier on, we had some women speak, and I'm really looking forward to hearing a gentleman give their own feedback. So can I see the gentlemen in the house, if they can just put up their hands? I want to share feedback. Say your name, what you do, and how you found GTA very beneficial. So gentlemen first for a change, and then we'll also have some comments from the ladies. So can I see, you know, when I asked if we had enjoyed it, if we had learned a lot, if it has been beneficial, hands went up. So let me see those hands, and we'll get a microphone to you. Can I see those hands? Or do we want the ladies again? Do we want the ladies? Want to share feedback live and direct. So can I see hands? The ushers have microphones. And we just want your feedback, your questions, your suggestions, your thank yous. Okay, a gentleman, thank you, wearing the white cap and in pink. Please let's have the microphone to my left, and he'll share his feedback. Please let's give him a warm round of applause. I know it's never easy being the first person to speak.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So, my name is Gospel Anderson from ProLife Media Agency. I came all the way from Benin City for this.
Wow,
event.
from Benin City, yeah. Edo State.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Yeah, so I'm glad to be here. I've really learned a lot. And this event has been well created and crafted for each and every one of us. I saw the different sections. I've also gone around to the different halls, and I saw the way they carefully, place it for each individuals based on their interest. And that was excellent. For those that are seeking for jobs, you have your section. For those that want to have more information about impact, going far in AI and different sections. So I'm really impressed about how this has turned out. And I'm also glad that I've gotten some information that will really help me, because I'm also looking forward to doing something like this in Benin. We're already preparing. It's a Google Tech Fair right in Benin. So we are looking at October also. But I've really gained a lot of insights, a lot of strategies to also put forward to making it a success there in Benin also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that feedback and coming all the way from Benin. And we wish you all the best when you organize your tech fair. Yes, this whole conference has been specially curated for every single player across the value chain. So whether you're a student, a tech entrepreneur, or you're an investor, you're in government, or in the private sector, or you're a tech enthusiast or a journalist, there's something for you at the Global Tech Africa Conference. And we're really glad to hear that heartwarming feedback. And like everyone has come up here to say, knowledge is power. The more informed you are, the likelihood that you'll make better decisions. So I'd like another gentleman to also share feedback before we open the floor to the ladies. Any more bold gentlemen? Okay, let a lady, at least, let's be fair. Okay, a lady to my left, thank you very much. Your name, what you do, and what you've enjoyed, what you've learned, and how this whole conference has impacted you.
All right, thank you. It's been 3 amazing days. So this is, on a lighter note, this is the first time I'm hearing them beg guys to talk. Normally it's make room for the ladies. Now today we are actually looking for guys to speak. The reverse is really interesting. Okay, my name is Choma Aniwe. I am Director of Communications for Tech Nexus. I came from Port Harcourt.
Wow,
And,
from Port Harcourt to River State. A warm round of applause.
Yeah, so I have been a PR consultant for like 14 years now in power sector and energy. So this is me transitioning to tech. So having been in this space for the past 3 days, it's eye-opening. I have made contact, I've learned in fact, at some point I wished I could clone myself, put myself in the other room, in all the rooms, and still be at the Epic Center. So it's been amazing, it's been enlightening. And there are relationships that have been formed out of here. I just exchanged a chat with, there was a lady that was here yesterday, Ms. Yemi Carey. And she's like, send an email, I'm going to put you through transitioning. And this is not what you get sitting in your room. So it's amazing the kind of relationship that I've gotten here, and it's going to make transitioning PR and tech easier for me. So thank you for putting this together.
A big, big thank you to the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. Please put your hands together for her. That was such a lovely contribution and feedback. You know, it's about making those connections and being able to find mentors, people who are willing to take you on that journey. And we're so glad. Time won't permit us to take more feedback, but feel free to share your feedback online. Get in touch with the organizers. Tell them thank you. Let them know how this has impacted you so that come 2025, we'll have a bigger and better Global Tech Africa Conference. My name is Isabella Adediji, and it's been my absolute pleasure being the compere or here at the epicenter stage, day 3 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. This session is now over, but please don't be in a hurry to leave. Continue to network, check out the Outsource Factory. You can also check out the Startup Stage. I encourage everyone to stop by the exhibition stand and engage with our Diamond partners and our exhibitors. It's been my honor and pleasure being your host and compere. Do enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Goodbye.